Oi, tolong leave sekarang please.
Zi, kenapa Zi ni? Ya Allah Zi.
Kejar anjing. Aduh.
Weh, tolong vote Lee.
Dia boleh dengar ujangnya.
Zi buat apa? Lee connect.
Weh. Korang dah mati dah.
Buat Lee.
There's a crime nearby.
What? Kenapa ada statue kat sini? Ada nada grafik. Ni apa tu? Kejap tengah baca.
The heck, Abang Angel tengah fan service in game. What you mean aku tengah fan service in game?
Buat apa tu?
What?
Fan service apa tu?
I don't know what Sky is talking about.
If we do this, we can get the deviant Mr. Wish.
AKA shitless bodoh sial.
Thank you Kai. Don't forget to clip. I try service apa tu?
To make a decision like that. This little bird is no less capable than her brother.
As well. Right. But have you forgotten someone, my gray-haired friend? I put a bomb on this ship. You have 10 minutes to find it. Better hurry.
Pakai penalti. Mana kau pergi?
Hello. Selamat pagi semua. Welcome to the streaming. Hello. Hello Kato. Hello Deng. Hello Hydra. Hello Aki.
No. Sini.
Hilang suara. Hi Deng. Hi Abinawar. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the streaming. And Jack also. Welcome. That I think dah finish lah. Hai, apa bongbong kita di pagi hari ni. Hai. Apa pagi dengan hari? Dia dah bangun lambat dah. Bangun lambat. Bangun awal dah tadi. Baru sempat nak stream. Sorry, lambat stream hari ni. Semalam pun saya tak stream. Sorry. Semalam patutnya stream luar. Semalam ada hal sikit. Hal internet sikit.
Naigi Ricky, sensi kapam.
Hai Ricky, welcome to the stream. Nasa Discord kalau nak like Genshin Katu. Okay, kita akan gunakan Jack punya apa ni? Hai tu kan dia guna charm dia, magic word dia. So kita akan gunakan Jack punya nak test sikit. Tapi sebenarnya dia dah guarantee dah masalah dia je shout out kepada Ricky. Yo dah. Aki, how are you Aki? Tukar nama Dah nak Jumaat dah baru share. Itulah ini je stream sekejap je. Pupu sikit. Lepas tu nanti dia nak buat apa ni, story ke Rinasita je. Tak buat lagi story ke Rinasita sebenarnya. Lepas tu dah end stream. Maybe korang habis solat Jumaat dah tidur balik lah. Saya kasi kepang follow up tu pasal macam kita test maybe, tapi kita tak banyak pool, 20 je pool. Sekejap kita tengok dia select faham ni sekejap. Faham dekat PC ke? Thank you sir. Welcome. Hello, how is everyone today?
ご縁ドゥドクターズゲットアングリー。ご縁税団アウトオブパチェンツ。
When they run out patient Dr. Ingrid Oh, bukan dia happy korang semua pergi masjid ni berapa orang? Sangat sekarang apa-apa. 12.24. Ding ding. Saya bersama dengan Black Shore. Baru je start ni nak kena Rinasita. Oh tak banyak pun je ada. Siapa knock tu? Miska. Ya masuk. Nanti tak dapat beli sangat. Beli satu lah. Let's go. Si ada 20. Saya ada 20 je Miska. 20. Kita punya PT untuk brand. Yang sebelum ke tak ada. Mana ada. Sekejap. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. Kan 60, 61. Garanti korang. Sorry lah, ini Zippo memang dah garanti untuk brand. Kita pula sebelum kita Brant blaze across the deep. Tapi weapon dia okay, saya memerlukan luck untuk weapon dia. Sebab last time Zippo dapat Verdant submit. Rasa ni weapon for Geo sih. 10, 14 dia. Mana karakter.
The experiment begins. The battlefield is dynamic.
Ya, dia punya. Apa nama dia ni? Jian. Yeah, I just got. Dia ni hard P3 dia punya weapon itu. Ya ke ni apa? Betul lah. Saya garanti. I already guarantee. Yes, Porsche. Waka to stream. Jamal where? Tak tahu. I don't know where Jamal. By the way, I'm a cat today. Meow. Itu dah jadi manusia. No, sponsan. Tak ada. I'm not kebab. Si betul-betul kebab hari ni. Tak ada. Mana ada. Deng. Alright. Jom kita pull kan korang. Kita pull lepas tu Zee buat story. Lepas tu dah korang pergi masjid. Padahal korang buat apa je hari ni? Pagi hari ni Jumaat kan. Korang dah buat ke kuih raya? Kita borak sikit lah. Korang dah buat kuih raya korang? Dah start dah buat kuih raya? Kuih raya apa je korang buat? Kalau tak buat lagi, apa planning korang kuih raya? Korang tahu korang akan mostly sini lelaki. Tapi itu bukan satu alasan untuk tak buat kuih raya. Kita boleh belajar buat kuih raya. Ayah pula. Abang Zee yang nombor 2, Abang Zee nombor 2 suka buat kuih raya. Tahu. Korang pun tak buat ke kuih raya? Kalau buat kan, send sikit ke Zee tau. Nanti Zee bagi alamat. Bagi alamat rumah Zee, korang hantar ke rumah Zee. Aduh, dua balik ke rumah Zee. Dengan kuih raya kan. Apa ni punch kita? Dengan kuih raya kan. Kalau tak ada kuih raya, tak boleh masuk. Balik. Kuih raya, kuih puasa tak ada. Kuih puasa bukan kuih-kuih macam murtabak yang orang jual. Bukan habis. Aduh, kuih puasa ni dia dah rasa dah murtabak. Dah rasa. Apa je yang tak rasa? Air yang biru tu, yang vanila tu pun je dah rasa. Sebab anak buah Zee beli itu. Itu masa awal-awal puasa, diorang balik. Diorang belilah air yang biru tu. Yang rasa macam aiskrim vanila macam tu. No, thank you for the headband. Ala comel penny. Ini I'm a cat. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. No, wait, let me shut up there. No. Thank you for the lead. Tak puasa. Kucing tiruan tadi. Awak tak kejut aku ni sekarang.
2, 3, 4 and I'm gone.
Aduh, salah orang. Salah orang garu tentiu. Salah orang bagi. Lima je no. Dia lebih understand. Like terkejut je falling pipe. Ya, Zee ada masukkan channel point baru macam Scary Dono. Yang biasalah, yang biasa TTS pun dia dah masukkan dah. Kalau terlalu mahal, kau rasa terlalu mahal, kau boleh tahu Zee. Tu memang Zee buat. Yang default dia bagi Zee bagi yang tu. Zee tak tukar-tukar lagi. Garfi TTS ada. Zee tak banyak lah channel point, tapi tu je lah yang boleh. Warna pun Zee tak tukar lagi. Warna orange lah tu. Ada nak kena tukar warna channel point Zee. Pasal kuih raya tadi, come on. Kalau Zee future planning Zee nak buat kuih yang London. Yang London kuih suji. Dua tu Zee suka. Suji ramai orang macam tak suka kan, sebab dia macam rasa susu kan. Tapi my mom punya kuih suji dia tak rasa susu kan. Memang sedap. Zee ingat lagi masa Zee kecil kan, kalau mak Zee buat kuih suji kan. Jangan beritahu mak Zee tau. Kalau mak Zee buat kuih suji kan, kita acah-acah masuk dapur kan. Masa tu mak macam kat atas lah kan. Kita masuk dapur, kita makan satu dua. Masa kita kecil, okay guys. Masa kita kecil. Dia tempted tau. Bau dia sedap. Jangan tiru perangai Zee. Jangan. Jangan tiru perangai waktu tu kecil. Aduh. I drag puasa mana relate. Masa kecil memang Zee banyak ponteng puasa, tapi senyap lah. Kau je bayar sabar lah. Kita selesai satu lagi soalan. Satu lagi story kan. Jangan expose, not good. Alah, yelah Zeno. Alah, masa kecil je. Sekarang tak ada lah. Sekarang saya dah insaf. Sebab nanti kena ganti. Masa tu belum ni lagi. Belum datang bulan lagi. Budak-budak kan. Biasalah. Dah datang bulan semua mana ada. Expose lagi. Tak ada. Zeno tak bagi. Kita pull Brant. Ni Zee pun kalau boleh nak juga dia ni. Changli. Zee suka dia punya design. Actually, yang dia punya weapon pun lawa. This is Brant punya weapon. I don't think I will get it. Oh, dia boleh pull. Okay, kita pull ni sikit. Satu. Tak ada. Yang ni orang kata better pull weapon lah. Sebab yang ni karakter ni berdapat dekat banner ni. Kalau korang main, right? Jom kita pull our Brand. Okay, tadi PT 61 Unlimited playwood. Kenapa tak ada bunyi? Lambat.
Zero Drag King Zero sent unlimited blade works.
Tak ada, tu dekat stream kami. Let's go. Rasa dapat dah ni 70. Kita pun salah satu lah 70 dah. Berapa korang? Kiri. Dah lupa. Sekejap. 50, 55, 60, 61. Okay. 62. Tiba-tiba emas. Tak ada. Ada. 62. 3. Baliklah benda saya yang tak tahulah ke berapa. 62. Nanti serba ni kita boleh pull weapon dia. 62. 63. Rasa 70 lebih kot. 3. 64. Oh, purple. Apa tu?
Zero Drag Kings sent hu. Zika Pam.
Dasar hu kau. Tak ada. Kata dia PT paling maksimum 80. Berapa dah? 65. 66. 66. 67. Tak ada. Korang yang kepam. 68. Mana ni korang? Wait, Zee lupa Zee kepam kan. Lupa cakap Zee kepam. Zika Pam. Cik. Boleh? Kau orang di chat cakap Zika Pam untuk pool session je. Macam siap. Apa? 69 right? For 70. I think this is 70. Oh, RPT ni. Tak ada. Alah, janganlah 80. 71. Jika pop tak ada, jika pop tak jadi. 71. Hello.
Pull back, and I am here to hunt for every laugh. Brant, at your service. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Let's go. What you bought me for? A very handsome guy. Tengok tu. Tak, ni gigi dia ke? Mata dia pink. Let's go. Kan nak kata. Let's go. Nasib baik bukan 80. Nice. Busy man dah garanti kan. Okay, pool tinggal berapa? Sekejap. 12. Okay, kita memerlukan kuasa Zika Pam korang. Tapi Z rasa macam tak dapat. I don't think I will get it. So korang kumpulkan energy korang. Gather your energy. We need it for this weapon. Apa dia punya ni ya? Saya nak tahu dia punya deal. Dia energy regen. Laughter prevent increased crit rate by 8%. Casting resonant and liberation give 34%. Basic at the damage bonus.
Zero drag king, 0 cent drag, keep and pull now.
Drag pump. Kita tukar drag pump. Ini baru 30%. Biasa HP. Dia punya weapon is energy regen orang. Let's go. Okay. Drag pump. Purple. Dapat dia. Ya ni weapon ni. 4 2 9 4 2 6 lagi 4. Okay. Syahakuma sebagai emas. Thank you. Zee tak banyak BT. Tadi bawa 10 sebenarnya. For this one tadi 11 21 Zika Pam. Aduh. Thank you. Jom. We need the energy. My last pool. No. Aduh, tak apalah, kita kumpul lah. Dapat 2.
Emotional damage.
Tak apalah, kita kumpul lagi kalau no hal. Tak ada hal. Habis si guna. Tak ada hal lah orang. Kita boleh kumpul. Kan? Alamak lol. Wait. Tak ada lagu Syakuma semua orang. Nama hari mula ni. Alhamdulillah. Dapat pula. Maaf terlambat. It's fine. Wow. Memang tua syahada Uish. Nice lah. Boleh pergi stream lain pula sebarkan tuah tu. Under hex camp ke mana ada. Dapat. Unflickering Valor. Welcome. Terima kasih akak. Masih dek. Masih dek datang. Terima kasih dek. Saya tetap budi dekat dek.
The experiment begins.
Aduh, salah lagu. Teknik pula tadi. Wah, hilang suara aku.
To which stage will life guide us next?
Mana. Kita pakai macam nak tukar skin lah.
Well, whatever it is, I'll play my role to the fullest.
Oh ni tukar skin. Tak ada. Aduh, terima kasih korang. Okay dah, terima kasih. Kita end stream tiba. Tukar dari drag ke pump, dapat epic, guna si kepam, dapat emas tu lah. Dia kedua kali si kepam, drag ke pump, tak tahulah mana guna. Tapi dengan Syahal lagi datang, dengan tu lagi, dengan Kato dia. Semua orang play part in the pool. Thank you so much guys for giving the luck tiba. Ada ni, ada merah pula.
The experiment begins.
Oh tak, tiba. Ada ni. Mak, asal kejut aku Miska. Dah saja. Kejap nak comeback uak. Ush. Comeback. Siapa yang main game tu comeback. Banyak karakter best. Rinasita nak kena banyak gila karakter best. Kan gua rasa dah habuk ni. Tapi sama lah. Si pun habuk ni. Tengok ni. Dia tak pergi lagi Rinasita event 19 hari lagi. Tak boleh buat tau. Kena buat event. Kena buat story. Tu sebab hari ni stream luar. Sebab saya nak buat story. Okay, lalang tu kita up lah brand ni. Lupa sorry. Dia tak kumpul tau. Dia tak pre-farm dia ni.
To which stage will life guide us next?
Nak comeback Minecraft dah sehari tak buka.
Well, whatever it is, I'll play my role to the fullest.
Nanti kita comeback. So ada ke? Oh, sorry, not this one.
To which stage will life guide us next?
Memang kena gini lah, Rinasita. Kan?
To which stage will life guide us next?
Ambil sikit.
Well, whatever it is, I'll play my role to the fullest.
Tak sih. Dia pun tak buka Minecraft tu. Gami dah bising-bising lah. Bila nak buat Minecraft? Akan jangan lupa stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Salah puasa. Thank you for the love. Apa benda aku suruh stay hydrated? Dia guna apa ni? Ni semua suggestion dia. Macam campur dia. Dia punya ni. Ni green tune. Oh, attack increase. Satu lagi? Macam campur dia. Sementara lah Tu sama. Mari kita sambung kita punya ni. Story ke Rinasita. Semalam je nampak Dread dengan Flame main Minecraft. Tak ajak lagi pun. Tiba. Dia nak balik naik train. Lepas tu naik bus. Uish, kulak. Korang semua jangan lupa pergi masjid je. Dah pukul 12.43 dah. Lepas tu korang pergi pukul 1 kan. Kan. Alright. Thank you for the lure. Siapa nak lure, nak rehat-rehat, nak chilling, sila. I'm just gonna focus on the story. Thank you so much datang tengok Zipul. Memang tak sangka ada weapon. Lupa nak screenshot weapon tadi tu. Patut screenshot. Lupa. Dah hilang. Alright. Alright, dah korang rasa lawyer. Dia kenapa tu kata kalau lawyer. If you lawyer jangan puasa. Dah. Rehat. Nanti boleh ganti. Tiba. Tabahlah. Alright. By the way, Z guna male MC. Sebab itu Z buat Black Show pada story. Nanti nak tukar balik kot. Game ni boleh tukar tau, male dengan female MC, which is I like. Sekarang, tapi dia ada cooldown dalam beberapa hari lah.
Safe journey. I'll be here, guarding the black shores until you return.
Kau dengar suara dia. Tapi still tak ada, saya tak kepam. Dah habis dah kekepaman Z. Apa? Fast travel to the port. Mana? Oh dia ni. Head to the port. Mak Altu. Tapi kita cek Altu lah. Jauhnya Altu. Kenapa kat situ? Boy, Z kenapa orang nak pergi suara macam mana dengan Brant? Alah, sebab malam Z tak tahu Z nak stream ke tak malam. Boy, tengok ni boy. Boy, sabar jangan pergi lagi. Boy, tengok ni boy. Mana pakcik tu. Boy. Dia dapat early weapon dia. Dia dapat dalam 3 ke 40.
Well, whatever it is, I'll play my role to the fullest.
Dapat early. Aduh. Tak boy to me. Tak apalah boy. Nanti Z clip Z bagi boy. Dan Z akan boy dah pull dah Brant. Saya lupa saya nak teleport sana. Padahal alamat jauh juga sama je. Oh sini kot dekat. I'm happy for you. Thank you boy. Ada pergi masjid. Sempat tak kalau berenang? Mana ni pakcik sana lah. Dapur mana 50-50. Nice, let's go. Kita memerlukan brand supremacy. Dah puasa. Dia popul. Okey lah. Dia punya brand pun dalam 71 tadi. 71 banyak juga kan. Sebab dia maksimum 80 kan. Kita berenang je korang. Benda tadi boleh grapple. Saya berenang jap. Apa boy, nanti boleh kumpul lagi. Ow. Why you pukul me?
Faster. Complete overhaul.
Tapi tu lah ni Z nak kena pergi Rinasita nak kumpul material dia sebab Z tak ada material dia. Ow, itai.
All shall reveal itself.
Dalam 40 ke 30 macam itulah boy. Weapon Z pun tadi. Early Z dapat early tadi. Alhamdulillah tadi. Sebab Z dah tak ada pun sebenarnya. Yang bang ni. Dah lagi manjik orang. 150. Okey lah, ada lagi. Dia nak simpan for next character. Tahu next character siapa. Tapi dia nak simpan lah. So next boy nak push apa tu? 150 benar. Habis. Mana ada lizard. Jom kita kira Rinasita. Yeah, what is a long quest line? Your progress will be interrupted and safe if you leave the designated area during the quest. When you return, you can resume the quest from the last checkpoint. Confirm. Let's go.
There you are. I've got your ship ready.
Ready. I don't even know the English name that. Chanterella. Oh, Chanterella. Ya, dia lawa juga. Apa kata? Apa Ya tu.
You'll have to sail to Rinasita, but the Throne
Kau dengar bunyi
everywhere. I've left you with only the dinghies. Don't worry. Behold, my private stash.
Kita naik private boats.
Remarkably fit for keeping a low profile. If I may say so
Kenapa
myself.
siapa yang kata
Well, this is
bila Black Show nak rerun lah. I need a good support sebenarnya. Dia tak ada support macam ni. Sekejap. Brand apa? Dia tak tengok pun dia apa. DPS ke dia support
treat the sentinel like a god. Churches and all.
Pergi kat Katu vanish eh. Tak
Do as a
faham.
Ragnese do.
During chatela tak silap.
Now, let me work
Okay,
my
okay.
magic on the autopilot.
Kita kena buat
Before
balik.
you know it, you'll be cruising
Tapi
into
buah ni
Laguna.
Zee
Just
kadang
give me a
main,
holler
kadang tak
when
main,
you're
kadang-kadang
ready to go.
babuk buah ni. Kadang Zee rajin main.
Then off we go. Our destination
Laguna.
is...
The Sea of Star. This better be safe.
Hold on to your britches. We're about to go from 0 to light speed.
Let's go. Dia realize kan Camellia. Alah, nak juga Camellia. Banyak karakter je nak. Ni pun Changli sebenarnya nak. Tapi tak ada pool dah. Tak apalah.
Yeesh.
Abby.
This fog's giving me the creeps. I've got a bad feeling about this. Wait. What's that huge shadow under the water?
Hati-hati Abby. Kau kena ngak.
It's getting closer.
Ada ads. Korang masih dengar Z ke? By the way, kalau korang tak perasan Z layout baru lah. Kerana saya malas nak. Tak tahulah, malah kita buat full screen je lah. Kan.
Watch out!
Wih, ni Chal punya whale ke? Oh mak, kita tenggelam. Hampir kena ngap. Tak tahu pula whale child dekat sini. Tak ada. Raja. Kau. Iska. Babe besar. Membantu. Brant. Aku tak tahulah nak we meet Brant here. That flower. Oh tak, dia shop ni. And I'm using a male MC. Tak apa, baby on face. True.
New allies born from the perils of the high seas. What better way to begin an epic story? Merely my duty, dear friend. The mists thicken once more, shrouding this ever-tumultuous path. A maiden voyage for you, I presume? These waters teem with colossal, mystical, tacit discords. That behemoth you saw is called Cetus the Tidebreaker. It is a gentle giant. Usually keeps to deep waters and exhibits no aggressive behavior.
It did look
I
unusual.
saw something odd on its hide. Could that be the cause of its madness?
Rajin dia baca buku. Oh, Abby.
That big fella smells of sadness and anger all over.
Well, who's this little beach ball? A talking echo. Clever little thing. Got a name?
What?
First
off, I'm not little. And beach ball, really? Also, spill your name before you go asking mine.
Oh, my. Where are my manners? I do apologize. Brant's the name. Captain of this fine vessel. As you can tell, we are a troop. A merry band of fools chasing freedom across the seas. Please forgive the lack of propriety. Now, travelers from afar, may I know your names?
I am Rover. This is Hover. I'm the Watcher of the Realm, Master of both light and darkness.
Oh, come on. Enough with the fancy talk. My name's Abby, and this is Rover.
Brand suka.
Rover and Abby. Splendid! All who step aboard, guests of honor be. With names exchanged, friendships born at sea. Ahoy, crew! Let's give our new mates a proper
Oh,
welcome.
semua kru dia ni. Patung.
Welcome to the one and only Troop of Fools.
Ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seorang lagi purple tadi kan. 6 orang je. Oh, ni hyper benda ni. Oh, echo.
Are those echoes? Incredible! Never seen them like this before. They're almost as special as me. Like 70% as special.
Oh no. Macam Nabi. Macam sedih dia.
Your little companion is quite amusing. I presume you
Ya,
must be
mana
headed to
Alto?
Rinasita for the carnival?
Okay, Alto tak ikut. Kita naik 2 orang je. I thought Alto was with us.
Indeed it is. The crown jewel of Rinasita's calendar. Ah, the endless masquerades, the sumptuous feasts, the wine flowing like rivers, and the music that never sleeps. For a few glorious nights, all your cares disappear. And at the carnival's peak, our Sentinel Imperator will crown the festival's finest performer with the laurel.
Does the laurel get you an audience with a sentinel? Oh, I guess that's our mission.
Of course not.
Ooh.
No mortal has ever laid eyes on the divine
Oh.
sentinel up in the heaven of heavens. But the laureate may hear the sentinel's voice.
Nggak akan jumpa.
We've got a real laureate in our troop. Shame he didn't sail with us today. Oh, the tales he would tell. You'd love to hear about his glory days.
Chatting with the Sentinel if you get the laurel? That's something.
Absolutely. It's been a decade since the last carnival. We're not about to miss this one. Sentinel or laurel, it matters not.
Yay, post ni. Wait guys, wait. I got an idea. I got some idea. Stop mati. Now he is holding me. Sorry guys. Okay, back. Okay. Sambung.
A troop of fools shall forever breathe freedom and unbridled joy into that city.
Apa tu?
It's the fog.
Fog? Huh? I don't like the smell coming from the sea now.
Beware, my friends. The fog can affect echoes. This isn't just bad weather. It's a wave-worn phenomenon. Many tacit discords lurk in the fog, ready to obliterate any passing ship. But
That's a
fear
very
not.
scary fog.
Our vessel shall not perish here. Before you stands a seasoned captain. Hark, brave crew! Secure the lines and unfurl the sails! The helm is mine to command! The final curtain shall not fall here! Our saga must endure!
Watch out.
Oh, tu kejap aku. We must defense. Defense, guys.
Nearly through the fog. Rage on, Tempest! Your fury is but a breeze against our righteous cause! Time to fight, my friends. I will hold the ship steady. Let the deluge descend! Our vessel stands firm! Our clarion call shall pierce the tempest roar!
Whoosh. Nice, Brant.
Thank you for your aid, my friends. Onward to Raguna we sail. Rest well as we journey forth. Set.
Ni. Ada orang. Saya ke box ni.
doesn't smell like an echo to me.
This chest, it's our first mate's personal haven. All good, Rochia? Some new friends have joined us.
Perempuan tu kan, the little girl, right?
Hello.
Well, you see, she's rather reserved. Her way of being friendly is an acquired taste. This coin is one of her prized possessions. I'd wager it's her way of saying nice to meet you.
Uh-huh.
Maybe she's taken by your rapport with Abby.
Cuddle. How do you say that? An enigmatic giant wrap you in a bear hug. A peculiar yet friendly energy wash over you. Thank you for the hug. Cuddle. Oh. You tinggi juga pakcik. The mistress and giant echo below a deep resonating greeting.
Hello there. It's saying hi to us.
Let out a possible friendly sound.
It's stumped about why fries don't get some seagulls. Quit with the wacky noises already.
It's happy, but it had careful not to affect the ship. The linear continued to glide through the wave before long distance. Saya tak boleh baca. No.
Behold, my friends. There she stands.
Oh, we arrived.
Raguna's Lighthouse of Dawn.
Raguna. Welcome to Rinasita,
Raguna's
guys.
dock. You'll find echo boats ahead to ferry you straight into the heart of Raguna. Well, the carnival hasn't started yet. We're just passing through, lending our friends a hand. And a
Kita
quiet
terpisah
arrival,
nanti.
that's not our style. We'll sail into Raguna with
Oh.
flair, complete with a dazzling show and the loudest of ovations. Don't forget to stash some confetti in your pockets for the occasion.
Abby, you should say goodbye. Thank you for the trip.
My pleasure. Speaking of which, where's that charming little companion of yours?
No, Abby tidur.
Is it asleep? The fog likely caused this. Don't worry. Echoes will recover when they're out of it. Oh, and do yourself a favor. Try our nectar wine. They say one drop of the Gotcha de Divino will let you rendezvous with the Sentinel in your dreams. Ha! That might just be your shortcut to seeing the Sentinel.
Bye-bye. Dah deh.
May the winds be in your favor.
Sedih pula. No. Alah, Abby dah lepas eh.
The doctor ready? Well, where's Brant and the crew? Oh, you did? I didn't hear a thing. This is Raguna, huh? How do we get into town?
Go forth, dear pilgrims, on your sacred journey. May the Sentinel guide you as it has guided the returning ships.
Oh, the deacon.
Go forth, Andreas, the fool. The benevolent Primus has blessed you with this sacred pilgrimage. May you find the righteous
Kenapa
path
ni?
on your voyage.
Santau-santau.
If you're all so righteous, why don't you join the pilgrimage yourselves?
Our duty remains here, to shepherd the lost. I grieve for you, my brother, for you have strayed from the truth.
Truth. Don't make me laugh.
Your transgression is absolved before the sacred pilgrims sail. Go, now, and board with humility.
Diorang ni orang-orang Phoebe. Ada white hat. Siapa ni? Siapa sebelah orang? Udah deh.
Wait a moment, traveler. While you may harbor doubts, I implore you not to disrupt their pilgrimage. Perhaps staying silent now would better serve your interests. Pardon my intrusion.
Cristoforo.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cristoforo, a modest playwright, visiting Raguna in search of inspiration for my latest
It's not playable, is it? Design dia lawa lah. Very handsome.
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm working on a play. Tales of pilgrims striving to reach the Sentinel's promised land. Word of a new pilgrim sail about to depart brought me here. I came hoping to glean fresh ideas. Yes, when Raganese first settled here, they revered the Sentinel. The Carnival was their tribute, a sacred rite to commune with it. It seemed the Sentinel Imperator preferred not to flaunt its power overtly to command the people's awe and respect. Yet, amidst the Carnival's revelry, it performed miracles, keeping the people aligned with its guidance. Legend has it that, moved by its grace, the most devout believer braved storms and mists to find the Sentinel. Thus was born the tradition of the Pilgrim Sail. Should you wish, I have more stories to tell.
Oh. Set up prologue. Aduh. Head to Rinasita, talk to the gondolier, optional talk to Cristoforo. Mana? Where's Cristoforo? Cristo. Meow. Chumi. Let's listen. Apa story dia ada?
A righteous soul with humble curiosity. Just as I expected. Fenrico, the enlightened one, present primus of Raguna, uncovered the path that leads to the high heaven, where the Sentinel imparts their teachings to mortals. Under his permission, pilgrims set sail for the promised land. Their voices a symphony of hymns, hearts aflame with unwavering piety and hope. I sense your doubt, and it's not unfounded. These pilgrims have little choice. After all, they are not counted among the righteous, but instead deemed the fools by Raguna's laws. Whether a righteous soul clinging to hope amid hardship, or a lost fool floundering in waves of confusion, the audience always favors the former. I'm working on a play. Tells of pilgrims striving to reach the Sentinel's promised land.
I'm trying to understand, guys. But I'm not understanding. I don't understand.
But to captivate,
I guess it's like that. I feel like I don't know.
Perhaps what awaits them is not the sweet salvation promised by their Sentinel, but
what?
Who knows? Maybe treasures beyond count, or an unnamed beast lurking in the mists, or perhaps nothing but a forsaken shore. These are just initial musings. I need time to refine them. Would you care to share your thoughts on the ending? Should the story depict them as lost fools facing their end in despair, or as wronged righteous finally finding justice? What is more compelling to you, sir?
I can't really give anything because I don't understand what is going on. To be honest, neither. Safest answer.
Your comment is noted. Until the Carnival, guest from afar, I hope you enjoy the show.
Christopher, give a cutter's nod.
I'm honestly baffled. Was all that real? Or just a story? That one gives off a mysterious vibe.
The air of an artist, playwright, and the metaphor.
Who cares? The Carnival sounds like a blast. Everyone's raving about it. You might even catch a chat with the Sentinel.
Nothing here interesting. No chest. Ding 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 ding. See. Don't see any.
Faster.
I can't talk to them.
Like the wind.
Like the wind. Oh, sorry. Langga.
Hello there. You need a lift to the city? Hop on this gondola right
Oh,
here.
the accents. Yes, please, thank you. This boat is an echo?
Correct. In Raguna, we sail in echoes. They are trusted and reliable helpers, gifts from divinity. A third of a Ragunese's life is spent on a gondola. Pretty amazing, right?
Gondola.
This little one will get you there safe and
Sukalah
sound.
cara dia cakap. Oh. Tu naik
I didn't know all the ships in Raguna are echoes. That troop isn't as special as I thought. Now I can't even imagine what kind of echoes we might see in the city.
The sacred breeze. Let's go.
Maybe we'll come across some that look like you. A whole pack of them.
You're kidding me. Even in the land of echoes, I, Abby, will always be the most special one.
Comel. Alah, kesian dia. Dia masuk balik.
Approved. Welcome to Rinasita.
No, ada permission. Will we be approved?
Excuse me. First-time visitors must cooperate for inspection. Is this a reserve terminal? Reserve terminals should be declared upon entry. May I see your declaration form, please?
No, I do not know anything. I didn't know about that.
These are the rules.
Oh, hey, chill. Where's the form? Let me fill it.
Forgive the inconvenience. By the Order's decree, all visitors must undergo customs clearance to ensure safety. Or do you have a guarantor?
I see you're a guest of the Montelli family. You are granted permission to bring your reserve terminal into Rinasita.
Oh.
We apologize for any trouble caused. All echoes, even those in reserve terminals, are seen as divine envoys. Once they are baptized, they too will receive Imperator's blessings.
What do you mean baptized? Does that mean I can see the Sentinel in person? Whoosh. Straight to the point.
Naturally. We are all united under the Sentinel's influence, free from division. The Sentinel is with you, me, all of us. Their presence is eternal in our hearts, guiding us always.
Preach with respect and patience, lest you induce doubt and confusion.
Oh, Phoebe.
Acolyte Phoebe.
I'll take it from here. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Phoebe, an acolyte of the Order. The city of Raguna welcomes your arrival. Many visitors are here for the upcoming Carnival. To ensure everyone enjoys the festival safely, the Order has tightened the customs procedures and added new regulations. Some information might be overlooked on your declaration form. Please accept our apologies.
Rover, why are you smiling looking at her?
Please follow me.
Ui, ada balloon. Let's go. Pepper, please.
To the Raganese, A sentinel is the divinity, a holy beacon guiding our way. We hold the sentinel and all their gifts in the highest reverence, especially the echoes, which bear profound significance to both the order and the people of Raguna.
We go, Abby. Shiny bee.
You've been hiccuping for a while. Do echo?
Tak sempat baca. Oh, baca kat situ.
Wow, are they all echoes?
Yes, most newcomers to the city are amazed by the spectacle.
Now we're talking. This is what the land of echoes should look like. I thought all of Rinasita's echoes were like that grumpy poker face we met at the docks.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Abby. Nice to meet you.
Oh, hello. I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you too.
Ni apa ni?
Oh.
Apa benda tu? A little echo hold up a gift and present it to you. They look different from the echo we just saw. You don't like echo?
It's not that. Members of the Order are
kenapa?
instructed to maintain a distance from echoes. We must stay objective to better share knowledge about them and honor our duty to inform the public. That echo we saw is known as a hocus pocus. Children love its tricks. And they say that if an adult gets its gift, they can relive their happiest memories in dreams. Sorry, I got carried away.
I think it sounds interesting.
Yes. Allow me to introduce to you the Nexus of Raguna, also known as the Genesis Nexus. Input your personal information into the Nexus, and you'll be able to use all common echoes in the city just like a regular citizen. Please, place your terminal here.
Ding, ding, ding. Lawa agak tempat dia. Boleh lah. With might and justice tak sempat baca. Yalah.
Seek salvation from where all began. What's that supposed to mean?
This inscription tells the tale of Rinasita's founding. Legends speak of a group of displaced people driven from their lands by the lament. Guided by the Nexus, they found refuge on this island, where they learned the secrets of the echoes and, under
So
the
they are
Sentinel's
like
watch,
people from the
rebuilt
sea,
their lives. This legend is known widely among the Raganesi. Though the true beginnings of Rinasita remain shrouded in lost history, scholars of the...
Got it. Now, where can we meet the Sentinel?
You wish for an audience with the Sentinel?
Why? Has anyone done this before? I heard you can talk with Satan during the carnival.
Yes. The Sentinel bestows the laurel, through which the Chosen One can hear their voice. Only one has received such an honor, the current Primus, Fenrico. As the only enlightened one in recorded history, Primus Fenrico can directly connect with the Sentinel to heed divine oracles.
Meaning they can resonate with the Sentinel. Yang semoga aku jumpa Fenrico.
Indeed. Primus Fenrico is the Sentinel Imperator's resonator. As such, he bears the title the Enlightened One. You'll have the chance to see him at the Carnival when he announces the opening of the ceremony. I hope you enjoy your time here in Raguna and join in with the festive. If you need help with anything, just let me know. As an acolyte, it's my job to assist all our visitors.
Ebony Gatekeeper? And I was wondering if you had noticed a gateway to the Somniar has started at Rinasita. Oh, I think this is event. The dreamscape seems to be experiencing some kind of interference and that is working again. If possible, I'd like to speak with you in person, expecting you to walk.
Okay, where to next?
Let's go get our money first.
Do it? Ooh.
The invitation mentioned we could pick it up from Averardo Bank.
I think that was event right there. Yeah, I can do this now. I can do this now. I cannot do this. I can do this. This permanent. Oh, dia tak ketik lagi. 19 hari, 5 hari, 2 hari. Okay lah.
Is there anything else you'd like to know about Raguna?
But Sentinel order Carnival Common Echo. Right.
If you have any further questions, please feel free to ask. It's our duty as acolytes to assist.
Faster.
Shake a breeze. Ride the gondola to Everardo Bank. Jom kita ambil duit. Kita nak kaya. Kaya. Let's go. Alah slow je. Laju sikit. Faster, faster.
A gift from one of Rinasita's founding families. It's bound to be a hefty sum.
Awesome. Once we have it, let's treat ourselves to a meal at a restaurant. I'm actually starving now. Not even joking.
Apa benda tu? Macam drama kat tepi ni. Is that Brant? Brant ke tu? Oh no. This is my eye. Ah, tak was. It's my eye. My eye is tricking me. Not here. Gondola guides.
Time for replacements.
Apa ni? Sana. Apa ni, tak ada platform, jatuh saya masuk air. Tak ada. Itu hacu ni tangan je. Oh, it's like a robot. I thought it was a person.
We've been expecting you.
Oh, Dini.
Welcome to Averardo Bank, sir. I'm Zani, a staff member here. The Montelli family ordered me to welcome you and assist with accessing your fund. May I ask where your companion is? Understood.
Zani.
Your fund is ready. Please follow me. You may present your terminal. I
The
believe
hand is
this is
scary.
your first time using our service. As the Montelli family's esteemed guest, we're upgrading your account.
Let's
to
go,
gold
gold membership. Kita kaya.
Mercurio here will sort out your subscription. He is about as lively as a gas machine, so give him a moment. Yes, all echoes here belong to the Montelli family. Mercurio is designed to provide self-service banking. The Montellis also put me in charge as your bodyguard and tour guide for Raguna. If you want to see the city before the Carnival, I can arrange a travel itinerary. Perhaps a thundering Memphis type of outing may suit you, It's a popular choice for visiting all the tourist attractions quickly, though I wouldn't bother with it personally. This assignment was very last minute. I apologize if I'm not familiar with your personal travel preferences. Please excuse any oversights on my part.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Not at all. The Montellis always treat their guests with hospitality. I'm simply following their lead.
You're clapping.
The fund has been deposited into your account. Is there anything else you need help with? Yes. The nearest one is Trattoria Margherita. I personally recommend Pizza Tropicale.
Pizza.
Would you like to dine there?
Jom Zani.
Sorry,
Makan
I have some work to
Allah.
handle. Please excuse me for a moment.
Yeah. Zani busy.
The last lots for the auction have arrived and will be escorted back by designated echoes. Make sure you get them on time. Keep an eye on number 23 and 56. They're foreign curiosities insured by Mr. Lombardi. Don't screw it up. All the details are in the memo. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll take you to the restaurant now. Yes, thank you for asking. The bank is short-staffed due to secondments, so I'm handling a few extra. Normally, I wouldn't take on extra assignments, but my manager promised some paydays off, and the Montellis can be very generous.
Generous?
Sorry, too much. I'll do my best to meet your needs during your stay here.
Don't worry about me. I can handle myself without involving the Montellis. I'm not one for formalities, so let's keep it relaxed.
If that's what you want. Thank you. All that formality was starting to feel like exercise. Let's go get something to eat, shall we?
Uzbeki. A pizza oven. You mean all the You mean all of Trattoria Margherita pizza made inside of this echo. An echo that's cooked. Oh, event level. What event? Margherita.
Welcome to Trattoria Margherita. Ciao, Zanni. Knocking off early today, huh?
Not really. Still on duty.
Is that so? You seem alright considering. So what will it be today? The adios work days? Or the thank goodness it's the holiday platter?
The last one. Thanks.
And this gentleman here, a visitor from afar? It's a pleasure. I see. You certainly have the air of someone who matters.
Here, look at this. You can order anything you like. The Montellis are getting the bill.
I will have 2 portions of the black lasagna. Bring me all your special. Whoosh. Any recommendations?
How about steak margarita and Nivola pasta? Both excellent choices.
The woman speaks the truth.
Take a seat. Your meals will be ready soon.
Tu ada 2 Wish. Kita boleh masak. Kita boleh masak dalam dia. Moon Brew. Jeans Obscure. Dia jarang sikit masak game ni. I rarely cook here. Let's go. Hey, got me. What you bong me for? Makan-makan tu shrimp. Cuma ingat good morning. Okay. See, dah 1:30. Go to masjid. Let's go.
Here's your food.
Doakan Si Terima kasih. Sekejap, let me shout out to you. Shinogami. Ya. Mana karakter Lanu dah ada pool dah. Dah dapat dah karakter dengan weapon.
Tak nampak.
Awak klip ni lagi.
Oi. Betul-betul mati ke?
Ya.
Aku dah lari dah.
Dengan dialog ni.
Dihidupkan aku dah mati.
Nanti clip Z.
Apa perasaan anda bila mati dua kali?
Weapon ni dapat
Hidup ni kena mati.
early pity.
Kan?
Macam ni, baby dah tidur je.
It's so good.
So good. Nak tengok. Sabar. Sabar.
Abby, right?
Tengah dialog.
Gosh, this tastes amazing.
Zani, nice to meet you.
Nak makan pizza sedapnya. Ni apa ni? Burger.
Did not expect to see an echo residing in a resonator's body. Interesting. Well, foreign
Apa kami sambil pergi Jumaat tu lek-lek dekat stream. Si tengok DM. Apa tu? Mal.
This is so good.
Apa tu? Aha. Jom. Umal. Dapat hal aku. Mal, leader Mal. Dah Mal leader. Dalam game je main.
Alright, let's dig in. You will
Tanda
enjoy
tu
the
support
food,
kan?
of course.
Itulah.
Rinasita
You.
guide in our
Dia tak
food
tengok lagi dia punya kuasa. Tapi rasanya ya sebab weapon dia energy regen.
For instance, never overcook seafood or you'll ruin its natural taste. Always serve freshwater fish before sea fish or its tender flavor will be masked. I'd start
Tapi suka
with
gila.
this.
Idea ni,
It complements the
you know, they have a very
hearty,
accent.
but not too heavy. Perfect for those burning the midnight oil. And don't forget the aperitif. As we say,
Kan,
if
Zila
you
jual
can't
sikit.
appreciate good wine, you don't deserve good water.
Zee terpaksa buat story sebab Zee tak ada nak apakan karakter si Brant tu. Alah, ni tu. Kena pergi Rinasita dulu.
Gozza di Divino for its exceptional flavor.
Raise the glasses. Cheers.
To
Puasa.
guests from afar. And my vacation that never seems to come.
Alah, sedih Sani.
Nothing beats a good meal. Wait, what's the buzz over there?
Probably the Montelli's Echo Show. They've been rehearsing for days, getting ready
Dulu
to
siapa
perform it
tak
at the
aku je
Sentinel
kepak
in
nak.
Nevada.
Dah saloh.
Intrigued, are we? The formal event will be even more spectacular.
Banyak TTS. Yes. TTS banyak. Tapi jangan spam. No spam. Menari. Something is wrong here.
Shinogami Sensei gelap jika pam. Sekian
dah
raid
salah.
dahulu. Pipe falling.
Hey, it's getting away. After it.
No, dia tak bersalah. I think he been control. Tak selesa.
Are you alright? It's strange. Why did that echo suddenly lose control?
I'm fine. The experiment begins.
Nah, mana makcik tu? Brant.
To which stage
Fusion.
will life guide us next?
Weapon dia is energy regen. Dia boleh up 50% je. 50 je.
Play my role to the fullest.
Dia tak baca pun skill dia lagi. Skill dia ni. Brant get additional attack based on his energy regen. So dia perlukan banyak energy regen ni. For every 1% of his energy regen over 150, Brant get additional 12 point attack up to 1560. Return from the ashes. Macam Sinora je. Nak main lah account si. You main Wua? Wudiring? Nak main boleh je. Dia pun kadang buka, kadang tak buka. Oh, do you like Brant? Dia tak banyak karakter pun kami. Generate a shield for all neighbor resident. Dia bagi shield lah. Very cool. The shield cannot be transferred when jatuh on the field. Is to solve. Kitty. Miskin ni. Liberations. The efficiency of Green Bravo increase 100 when normal. Ke hit. Brant get additional attack based on energy regen. Dia memang energy regen people. Brant plunge at the target at the cost of which is if Brant fail to reach target with a grapple swing, he instead perform a slash forward atau Brant. Okay, sikit detail. Cik tahu dia support ke tak? Cik tak tahu. Wonder his weapon is energy regen je. Ni suggestion dia, nanti ditukar lah. It's a very bad suggestion. I think dia nak kena ada echo untuk for energy regen. Which I don't know. Mana satu? Healing. Ada ke energy regen ni echo? Ada kot. For nose echo. Cool. Dia tak banyak karakter kami. I only have the Brant. Karo. All the guys.
Is dynamic. Do not let your guard down.
I don't really have a lot of character. Zenshi. Zee nak post siapa yang perempuan yang ice tu kan, yang tipis tu. Tapi yang Rinasita yang pink tu. Tapi yang itu kalah. Dia tak sempat nak dapat. So tunggu rerun lah kot. Ding 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 ding. Wee. Alright. Macam kita kejar track echo yang lost tu. Siapa control dia? Dia macam ada flower tau kat belakang tu. Kenapa ada? Why? Oh. Sambil mandi sambil jalan. Yo. Slow je. Korang jangan tengok orang. Alah, dia ada muka. Semua berkawat satu-satu hurah. Kita nak pergi sana sebenarnya. Awak salah jalan. Belakang awak. Awak ke belakang. Go back. Go back please. Go back please. Oh, dia still continue. Nantilah kita naik lagi Oh, everyone is hurt. Banyak gila orang sakit. Ui. Oh, kenapa bear? Why is the bear is angry? A licorice petal lie on the ground, emitting ominous. Ni bukan Pavlova kan? You vaguely remember seen this kind of flower before. Ke atas. Berhenti.
Watch out.
Sana tak sampai. Sana. Risky issue sikit. Kok turun.
decimal 13 cent. Every fish in the sea is the one for me. From the shore to the deep, I swim so free. In the halls of Olympus, God's decree. From the coast to the reef, I rule the sea.
For every fish in the sea, the one from me. Mama tak pergi majik Mal. 140 ni. Apa every fish? Ini bukan Fortnite.
The Vitrium dancer suddenly lost control. Luckily, no one got hurt.
Actually, you prefer on what you just saw? Ya, ada bunga tu.
Now that I think about it, the frequency vibration I sensed felt a lot like empathy.
Empathy? Sebab nyanyi lah bagian. Hang tak tahu macam mana dia nak nyanyi bagian dopin tu. Macam mana bagian dopin? Surugami. Yang mereka pamu. I think about frequency vibration lah. Empathy.
Well, maybe telepathy? Not sure. It's hard to explain.
Telepathy? Yes. According to legend, the Sentinel speaks directly into the mind of the laureate. Could that be what happened?
Semalam kan kita mimpi best. Apa tu? Mimpi apa tu? Cuba cerita. Kami nyanyi bahagian dolphin tu. Thank you kan? Kami nyanyi bahagian dolphin. Cuba cerita sikit. Mimpi makan sukiya? Amboi, mimpi jumpa G-friend. G-friend ke girlfriend? G-friend datang ni datang Malaysia. Dapat jumpa Yuha. Wah. Dapat jumpa dia depan, ambil gambar kan dia. Macam mimpi dia. Tapi bila ajak selfie baru nak klik gambar, hilang dah mimpi dia. Terjaga sebab abang pasang.
Something's not adding up. What a headache.
Lepas tu selama tidur, dapat mimpi apa pula? Mesti kami try nak tidur. Nak dapatkan mimpi balik. Tak ada. Tapi kalau mimpi pun semalam punya semalam mimpi. Mimpi makanan. Mimpi ada makanan sedap. Ini punya mimpi. Dia tak cerita. Dia ingat lagi mimpi ni. Ini mimpi scary je. Dia aku sedih. Kenapa tu Ma? Kenapa? Tadi kami sedih. Ma pula sedih. Kenapa ni? Kencana yo? Semua okey tak tu? We need to learn how the Sentinel talk to people. That very rhythm dancer was trying to tell me something.
Sentinel has countless ways to send a message, and through the Order is apparently the most convenient one. But why did they go through all the trouble? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe calling for help was the only option. With that message left on Tethys, could the Sentinel here be in a situation similar to Jue's? But it seems like the locals haven't laid eyes on their Sentinel. Everything feels off. That echo might be our only lead right now.
Was the echo performance hosted by Montelis? I want to find out what caused the echo to lose control.
As far as I know, the Montelli family has been promoting the use of reserved terminals and echoes. Most Ragunesi use common echoes and don't know much about the reserved ones. The Montellis spotted a chance and started researching reserved terminals. They push to bring back the Carnival so they can showcase their reserved terminals, prove the quality of their echoes, and attract both customers and investors.
Betul. Sebab aku baru tahu Cookie yang pun like kau kat Cookie Rantau Adventure ada kat Cookie Kingdom. Cookie mana satu tu? Which Cookie? Yang minat tu. Cookie mana? Tengok DM. Oh, DM. Oh, perfect cookie. Oh, Mak suka perfect cookie. Mostly cookie game ni diorang ada cookie sama. Cuma cookie adventure ada banyak cookie yang tak ada dalam cookie lain lah. Tapi ada yang cookie yang ada dalam Kingdom, ada dalam adventure, ada dalam Kingdom, ada dalam Overbreak. Prophet ni 3 game dah ada. Overbreak ada, Kingdom ada dengan adventure. School dia dapat Prophet. Tak pull cookie baru tu ke? Apa tak nama dia? Because saya belum nak masuk dalam game tu. Mana dia tahu hang ni lah. Hang beritahu hang developer buat cookie nama cookie raya. Khas for kita.
Oh, sorry. Just a minute.
Oh, tu terminal dia. It's like, how's the terminal dorang? Terlawaknya terminal dorang.
Yes, Mr. Alberto. An echo was...
Alberto? Alberto siapa? Come what happened to the color mama later.
See. Sorry to keep you waiting. That was
Oh,
Mr.
dia
Alberto
cool.
from the Montelli family.
Oh, yelah.
Also my employer. He extends a sincere apology for what just happened. They too are at a loss to explain what caused the accident. He told me that the Montelli family would investigate further. Please rest assured.
Did the Montelli have no answer? Yeah. Nobody know what happened, Jillian.
No. After all, such an incident only hinders their promotion of reserve terminals. They have no reason to rejoice over it. Come to think of it, that echo, it was looking at you. It seemed to target you.
Bukan Mal, tak ada WWE. Alberto Del Rio tak kenal siapa tu. Bukan, WWE tak ada dalam ni.
I won't pry into my ward's privacy. I only remember what I need to get the job done. Anything else I accidentally overhear just slips my mind. My orders are to guard and to guide. I do my job, nothing more, nothing less. So, if you want to investigate, I'll stick with you until you're done.
You are very professional. Thank you.
Don't thank me. Thank the family who hired me. Their generosity is beyond what you can imagine.
B7 when sabar, dia datang rumah kami raya nanti si main Terima kasih. Oh, nanti at starting. Sekejap lagi. Tahu kami. Nanti raya nanti. Raya tak orang dia datang. Raya. Dia datang nak main Beat Saber dia. Okay. Dia nanti cakap kat Umi tau. Raya tak ada ke sini. Nanti ditunggulah korang balik. Alah, lala. Gaya pula. Nak belanja lah. Belanja lah.
So, what's our next move?
Let's find the Vitrium Dancer first.
It was complete chaos, but I spied the direction it fled. We can try our luck at the Pioneer Association. I know someone there whose forte might help us uncover some details we missed.
Sure, let's head to the Pioneer Association first. But I think we better work the scene first.
Good. Let's go this way. It's right over there.
Apa tak ada. I should like optional investigate the scene, go to Mutala Quarter to investigate. Head to the Pioneer Association. Faster. Kau teleport sini. Ke atas. Boleh lah kami. Jangan slack. Tak pernah raya rumah kami. Dia datang, just sediakan air. Kuih raya. Okay dah cukup. Tak payah masak. WWE 2K99 when mana lagi tahu mal. Mortal Kombat 11 when. The Barbie when. Barbie Siapa bila mal. Ajak ada ads
There, there. Off you go.
Zero Drag King Zero, sent to Daima.
Endrek! Welcome back. How's the trip? Thank you for the headpad. Thank you the headpad, Drag. Ada kat PS2. PS2? Barbie? Apa? Ada ads? Dia tak tahu korang dengar ke tak. Pengantuk. Ngantuk biasalah puasa kan. Ricky cerita semalam, kenapa tu? Nani roket tu. Kenapa? Anak ads is ended. Siapa yang dapat ads tu, sorry lah. Tapi kalau korang tak nak ads, you can subs to me. I try my best to stream every day. Panjang cerita, alamak. Kalau panjang cerita nanti lah. Tunggu je habis. Siapa tu? Hey Rin, welcome to the stream.
Dear Sentinel above.
Wow. Hey Rin. How are you? Tak panjang pun, tadi kata panjang. This settle above. Excuse me, do you know anything about the echo that lost control?
The Sentinel is in a great rage. They are warning us, reminding us of our follies.
Chill girl, chill. Saja cakap panjang sebab lebih 2 patah perkataan. Tu kat panjang. Malam jadi ke? Ikut Gami lah. Si okey je malam ni. Boleh je. Tapi Gami ajak dorang. Boleh je malam ni. Kalau internet Z okey, Z stream. Kalau tak lah. Say buat apa tu Rin? Pasma nak join bukan? Apa ni? Son of Forest. Anak-anak hutan. Kata driver Z. Korang doakanlah internet Z ni Okay. Tadi pagi tadi Z dok kira-kira tau. Macam what if I like Z beli wifi je. Tapi lebih mahal yang beli wifi. Beli wifi Z tengok package wifi yang ada dekat Malaysia ni. Tapi Z tengok 2 company je lah. 2 syarikat. Wah, 100 lebih siap. Cuma 100 lebih. Untuk speed yang Zina lah. Untuk speed download dengan upload. So, tak apalah, tengok kecil lah. Ya, Son of Forest. Kalau macam tu Ricky tak wajib, tak payah masuk pun tak apa. That's fine. Siapa ada Son of Forest nak ikut, kita ni kami dengan film. Boleh je. Si Drake, okay. Okay, Kato mana Kato? Oh, Kato dah balik belum? Solat. Malam lebih sampai 11.45 kot. Kenapa 11.45? Kenapa Gami? Ada date lepas tu? Gami? Ada date Gami ni kan, aku rasa dia ada girlfriend. Tidur. Saya memang tak wajib sebab tak ada game tu. It's okay. Sekarang tak ada sale rasanya Son of Forest tu. Date dia tidur lah. Tu lah dia nak jumpa Niha dalam mimpi tu. Okey je. Nanti tak bangun sahur. Korang tidur gitu. Dia selalu tidur dalam pukul 2. Zin nak sangat tidur lambat nak tengok satu streamer ni. Tapi pukul 2 dah. Pukul 2, pukul 1 dah ngantuk. So Zin paksa tengok dia punya VOD je kerja. Semalam tak dapat tengok dia punya stream. Tapi semalam dia main fast mode semalam. Dia suka buat gamble. Dia masuk je. Dia tak dapat nak vote nak vote gamble kan. Tengok menang. Dia macam alah ruginya. Lepas tu nextnya, the last one semalam, dia vote lah macam non-believer. Dia tak believe lah yang akan dapat hantu tu. Sekali menang. My luck. Aduh, Zik PM tu PM sendiri. Kenapa sih? Tengoklah. Chill. Kak, chill kak.
We should have heeded Primus Fenrico's words. Oh, dear visitor from afar, you may not know.
10 years ago.
10 years ago, the Carnival angered the Sentinel and brought forth divine punishment. Primus Fenrico
seriously?
saw the shadow beneath the revelry.
Simply put, many terrible accidents happened during that carnival.
Di PM sendiri. Malah ni aku 9 eh. Boleh.
Since then, the Primus ordered the carnival to stop. Most Ragunesi don't like to talk about that tragedy, so it's understandable you haven't heard of it.
Tapi last kita buat apa lah? Saya tak ingat dah. Cak masa COVID puasa dulu, mana tidur berjaga sampai sahur. Pas tengah hari tidur. Tak elok lah Jack. Tengah hari tidur je. Tapi faham, COVID kan nak buat apa je kan. Di tahun lepas, tahun lepas, tahun 2023, dia boleh lah jaga sampai sahur sebab dia duduk dekat Shah Alam kan. Dia duduk kat rumah mak, nanti kan mak bising tak tidur. Apa tu?
Shinugami Senzi sangatlah kepam hari ni. Dia tak mandi. Bangun-bangun je terus stream. Bucu.
Bukan, ada. Kita bangun kita mandi. Masa pun stream. Dasar kami. That's a lie. Yang busuk. Jadi sampai sahur sebab push rank ML. Let's go. ML tak kenal lah ML. Saya tak main ML.
Echoes are messengers of the Sentinel. They lost control and attacked people because they were corrupted, reflecting our transgressions against the Sentinel. This year, the Order has approved the Carnival. We will return to our traditions. Dear visitor, please join us in praising the Sentinel. Only then can our misguided souls be forgiven.
How will the echo be handled? Mana diorang tak dapat sangat echo?
It may be a divine blessing, but it has committed an assault against the Sentinel's people. The corrupted will be purified under the holy light of the Genesis Nexus. As for the one that escaped, the Order will retrieve it as soon as possible to prevent further harm.
In other words, the echo will be reset in the databank. That's how we Ragunesi usually deal with malfunctioning echoes.
We deeply apologize for the disturbance caused by that undisciplined echo. Now please excuse me. I have other matters to attend to.
Ingat echo tu kena buang. By the way, kalau korang tak perasan, dia tak ada overlay.
She may not have given us anything useful.
Jadi tak tengok pun okey ke tak overlay je kat stream je. Tengok sikit.
Was different from those echoes that went wild in the past. It seemed to have a clear goal and a sentience.
Dia buat full screen. Sebab apa? Sebab setiap kali dia tengok overlay dia macam tak puas hati tau. Tengok sikit. Ting ding 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 ding. Boleh nampak ke? Kenapa hang love dengan oksigen 5%? Okey lah, boleh lah. Oh, dia punya dia tak nampak. Nak kena setting tu nanti. Okey kan korang? Okey lah, boleh lah kan. Sambung sorry.
The echoes are connected with each other. So usually if one loses control, the others will be affected too. However, we haven't received any reports of other echoes losing control. If it wasn't the Sentinel's punishment, it could have been.
Yeah, I think the uncontrolled tu macam orang.
You're right. We need to catch it before the Order does, or we won't be able to get the information we need.
Acuron, Raiden, tak ada semua tak sayang. Go to the Montella Quarter to investigate. Montella mesti. Mana? Kat mana atas ni? Macam pergi atas tu. Oh sini. Faster. Oh, dia punya macam ni.
Like the wind.
Oh, ada suara sikit-sikit. Tak perasan. tahu lah. Tapi G-Stream game ni a bit frame drop. I feel like ada frame drop lah kalau jalan semua. Ding ding.
Antonio,
Timoteo.
surely you know how things work here. It's always about who pays more.
I can't remember of
Is there a problem?
siapa doktor.
Do you Phasaelius even honor contracts?
Gaduh,
Since when do
gaduh.
Montellis fret over such trivialities? Instead of whining, maybe focus on cleaning up the mess your echoes caused.
Ada the Montelli? The Phasalia man walk away. Antonio.
And you are?
Greetings, Sir Antonio. I'm Zani from the Averardo band. This gentleman here is a distinguished guest of your family. He was attacked by a rogue Vitrium dancer while dining, and we're investigating.
Ah, so you're... Please, accept my apologies. It's a relief to see you unscathed. We are as puzzled as you are about the Echo's behavior. Miss Carlotta asked me to hold nothing back. So,
Tell
ask
me
away.
about Reserve Terminal and Reserve Echo.
Well, before I do, a little context for... In Raguna, the Order controls all terminals for Echo use. They store Echoes in their databank and only grant access after thorough screening. Only a select few resonators are permitted to carry a reserved terminal. You see, most Reganesi rely on the Genesis Nexus and common Echoes, with little need for the special access types. However, things have changed with Raguna opening up to the greater Solaris. People want to travel, making reserved terminals essential for safety outside the Order's reach. You see why demand is up. The Montellis saw an opportunity and started to develop them. After all, necessity is the mother of invention. It should be celebrated. But some think we disrespect the Order's authority or even the Sentinel by doing this. The path forward has been resistant. If you ask me, I suspect the Phasalia family has been spreading slanders about us.
Gaduh antara family. Phasalia.
We back the Carnival to showcase our reserved terminals to the people. It's our chance to prove their worth and attract investors. The Phasalias have coerced our miners to break their contracts, seizing our largest vein and cutting off our terminal supply. They say the Phasalias have been seen frequenting the Cathedral of Mercury. They must be in league with the Order. How else would... And it gets worse. With the Carnival nearing and our Echoes malfunctioning, the family's executor might have to step in.
Deng. So dapat tak? Dapat apa tu? Get what?
The Carnival is at risk. While we hope it brings fortune, the
You mean
festival
Brant?
itself is what truly matters to
Oh
us.
wait, Deng, you not with us during the pulling? Is it? I did get Brant as the weapon.
We cannot let the Phasalias use this to
I get
tarnish our
Brant at
reputation
like
any further.
71 pull. And the weapon I think like 40 pull.
That would be good for us,
Yes.
but it hardly seems proper to involve our esteemed guest in our troubles.
Cerita dia Zia tukar semua untuk pull weapon. I mean all my Astrite tu Zia tukar untuk for the weapon semua. Sekali dapat Ali. Okay lah, syukur. Now you can get pregnant. What do you mean by that?
I'm afraid we can't spare any of our own to assist you. Rest assured, the Montellis are always generous. Here's an advance. Once the matter is resolved, you'll be well rewarded.
Bukan. The husband of today. I will not get pregnant. I don't get married yet. Bukan. Brant child. Ayo. No. If I ain't gonna have a child, I'm gonna have child with ayah tu, okay? Setia ke ujung nyawa. Gitu.
Take it.
Tacut lah
In
korang ni.
Laguna, if you want help, you must offer a reward. And one only declines a reward when they refuse.
Yes, that's right. Please accept it. If that's all, I must be on my way. There are many matters to attend to.
Antonio depart with us. The weight on shoulders seemed heavy than before.
From what we know, The Montelli family has no motive for such incidents. They've been anticipating the Carnival's arrival, but the Visalia family is another story. They've been against the celebration from the start. Perhaps they could be behind everything. But I don't understand. What could they hope to gain by stopping the Carnival?
Maybe it's related to something. Yeah. The only thing that's linked to the carnival is the Sentinel, kan?
You have a hunch, huh?
Alright. So how can you have Ayato child if he just made from water? What do you mean? No, he's not. He's a human. It is what she say. Apa benda Ricky? Ricky klik apa tu? Tajuk. Mesti dia cakap pasal Ayato tu. Alah. Saya innocent. Saya innocent, guys. Peace tu. Saya tak bersalah. I don't get married. Tak dengar sangat lah. Kan. So dia slow. Ayo. No. If I'm gonna have a child, I'm gonna have cari Ayato, okay? Setia ke ujung nyawa. Gitu. Slow Syarazi. Mic sing slow ke korang? Kalau slow cakap je tak? Memang ada tapi okey kot. Korang boleh dengar.
You're right. Let's go.
You're right. Let's go. Jom. Kita head to the Piano Association. Oh, dekat je. Kau apa dah? 2. Kau 3 je kan? Kita. Apa ni? What's this? The Mass Reverie signboard feature a mass. Are they really singing? Is this also an echo? Let's go. I don't know apa event tu. Nah, tengok my brand.
To which stage will life guide us next?
Tak boleh up lagi. Dia tak ada.
Well, whatever it is,
Tak ada
I'll
ni.
play my role to the fullest.
Kena explore Rinasita rasa dulu. Baru je boleh upkan si brand ni. Apa ni? Hello? Can I talk to you? Mana muka hang? Where's your head? Are you invisible? Tak boleh cakap dengan dia. Cik pagi bukan. Bukan ni sekarang. Tapi malam insyaAllah di stream kalau internet dia okey. Rambut dia. It's like a film.
Miss Sandy, it's been some time. Have you finally decided to join us?
Menarik character design game ni. Apa kalau malam ni kalau dia dapat stream pun sebab ni tau. Sebab Z punya download dengan upload speed beza tau. Kadang download speed Z dalam 100 MB. Boleh sampai 100. Lepas tu download speed Z dapat 0 pun tapi tak ada upload speed. Kadang upload speed okey. Paling highest pun saya dapat upload speed dalam 20 Mbps. Kalau lebih daripada 5 Mbps di stream. Kalau kurang daripada 5 Mbps memang tak dapat nak stream lah. Macam tu lah. So tengok malam ni apa cerita.
No, I'm here for something else. This is Mr. Fullmean from the Pioneer Association.
Mr. Fullmean.
Oh, hello.
Fullmean? You mind?
I'm Fullmean, head of the Wutherium Film Studio under the Pioneer Association in Raguena. How should I address you? Your name rings a bell. Oh, you're the
Wait, I'm famous?
Rover.
Whoosh, shining siya. Wait, Rover is famous
Savior from a foreign land, the dark thunderbolt streaking across the world. I've longed to meet you. By the Sentinel, let me seize this extraordinary moment.
They just tighten all bragging about. Let's get down to business.
We're here to ask a favor. We're investigating a Vitrium dancer who caused a scene around Trattoria Margherita. It fled in this direction, and we're wondering if you can recreate the scene for us.
Ah, I know the one you mean. Saw it streaking out of the city with a few Order fellows in tow. As for recreating the scene... CMOS, my friend. It's time
What
to
does
get to
CMOS
work.
mean? Oh, dia. I thought it was kind of language, something like that.
Alright, where is it? My memory of that
CMOS tu battery. Tu lah. I thought like I
found it.
I thought ingat CMOS tu macam you know like Bon Voyage bahasa dia orang. Mine is our battery.
Mr.
I mean,
Fulmin's forte is celluloid chronicle. He can convert events into film, recording all that happens within a span of time. His partner CMOS uses
CMOS.
a memory
Adalah ada
projector
kamera
format
lah.
to show
Not
these
battery. No,
captured
no, no, no.
moments.
Not battery. Tacut. Squid Game.
There it is.
Tak tengok lagi Squid Game.
So it did leave the city. This complicates matters. The area beyond is too vast to search effectively. Plus, tacit discords are hampering our investigation.
What do you think I am? Not a chance. But I'm too sleepy to help.
Macam mana Evi dengan ngantuk je kerja.
Any progress?
I'm sorry. I can only record what is plain to the eye.
Don't be hard on yourself, Mr. Fullman. You've been a tremendous help. At least we're not flying blind anymore. But Rover, we need a new plan.
We need a plan. Natangkap. Was anything unusual?
Give me a moment. Ah, yes. Look at this.
Betul. Ui, flashbang. Oh. Somebody was holding something.
His garb suggests he's from the Montelli family. Could they be involved in this turmoil?
Speaking of, the mask is not the typical Montelli style, and wearing it now is unusual.
You can get a plan at the nursery. Plan apa? What plan?
With their eagerness
This
to
game?
promote reserve terminals, the Montellis would be the last to invite trouble now. If he's tied to the disturbance...
He may be a spy or in disguise.
Then perhaps
Yeah.
we should seek Miss Nyarla's expertise. She's known for her intricate masks, and this one seems custom.
Good idea, but nobles are secretive. Direct questions might lead to unwanted attention. Aha, excellent. Let's make for the masked reverie.
Thank you for assistance, Mr. Fullmind.
Good luck.
Thank you. I keep getting stem. Available for upgrade. Tu stem tu apa tu? What stem is that? Second event. What is this? Phantom Lorelei. You can kan. I don't know what is that. Pass event? Oh, I guess so. Siapa yang tahu buat ni jangan tanya. Oh, permanent. Permanent ni. Sama permanent guys. Permanent. Upgrade. Upgrade. Okay. Ni apa? Oh, exploration. So many things to claim. Oh, ni kumpul-kumpul gambar semua tu Amidst the sea of clouds. Ni lah lawan. You tak buat lah sebab dia kata permanent. Boleh pull. Let's go. Oh, dia ada lagi 6. Changli. Changli. Itulah. Kumpul balik. Okay. I think kita pergi kedai emas ni, yang sebelah ni. Sebelah ni. Tapi apa plan dia? Oh, dia ni. Dia nak pull dia.
Compact and jewelry set arrived.
I was gonna pull for her. Tapi dia kalah dengan Echo. Encore. Echo pula. Encore.
Yes, they have. Would you like them now, or shall we deliver them to your residence before tonight?
Tonight? No, I'll take them now.
Yang woman.
Of course. I'll have someone fetch them immediately. It won't take long. Welcome to Masked Reverie. From masks to elegant garments and splendid stage props, we crafted all to order. How may I help you today, my dear? Oh, so eager to skip the pleasantries, are we? I'm right here. Do I seem invisible, or are you simply ignoring me? I am right behind you.
Tacut.
Madam Nyarla, I saw you. Your mask gave you away.
Oh, don't spoil my secret so soon. It's not every day I get such a charming visitor.
An invisible woman.
Besides, only by hiding oneself can the true beauty of a mask be revealed. Don't you think?
But scaring the guests is just your twisted sense of humor, isn't it? I hope this didn't bother you. Invisibility is Madame Nyarla's forte. Madame Nyarla, this is the distinguished guest invited by the Montelis. He is very interested in Carnival masks.
Custom-mades.
That's quite a detailed description, even covering the smallest intricacies. I admit I'm surprised. Not long ago, we customized a mask just like the one you've described. If the Carnival is a dream shared by all Ragunesi, then a well-crafted mask is the key to it. When faces are hidden, souls break free from the shackles of everyday life. That's why we love balls and plays, eagerly awaiting the Carnival. Masks liberate our spirits. We believe they reveal what lies within. It is our honor to help our customers express their innermost selves.
Macam VTuber dia lah. Korang tak tahu sebalik sebalik kucing ni Izzy macam mana.
So, are you certain you want to custom order this particular mask?
She's suspicious. Will I be forced to reveal my hand? Well,
that's a very fine mask.
Kita balik.
I remember correctly. The one Mr. Gilberto picked up last week looked very similar. If it's your first mask, a unique design might be more fitting.
You have an impressive
Mr. Gilberto.
I'll be on my way now.
Bagusnya dia tolong kita. Apa senyum?
We spotted a fellow on the street with a mask that caught our eye. I didn't expect it to be Mr. Gilberto from the Visalia family.
Oh. So the Visalia family causing the problem,
Yes, they're one of the oldest families in Rinasita. Their ancestors once ignited a war here, but they were defeated and driven out of Raguna.
The Visalias are a mixed lot. While some hold honor, others bring disgrace to the name.
Oh, ad break. Jangan korang. Jap. Hello. I came back. I break finish. Sekejap je buka aircon, sekejap panik. Aku tengah hari panik. Sambung.
They show new ambitions. Lately, they've taken to more prominent roles in the city, flaunting their mining ventures and acting with increasing arrogance. Speaking of
Guess they're
which,
causing
I
problem
revised
everywhere.
Monsieur Gilberto's mask 23 times.
Oh.
I see why it's left a
23.
deep impression.
Anyway,
Banyak tu.
given your standing with the Montellis, I'd advise against this design.
Bukan lawa pun kan guys. I mean if you like add pink sikit, then it'll be pretty.
A rumor has it the Montellis plan to push for reserved echoes at the Carnival. It's your tension with the Fizelia family. Best avoid any
Hey, Flame.
association.
Tak soal Jumat. Saya tak tahu apa-apa. Korang bawa balik ke?
That
Ow.
incident
I
with the
punched before.
Montellis echoes going berserk. Unfortunate timing. Who knows
How was
this
the
will
soal
affect
Jumat?
their promotion.
Hari ni khutbah apa je? Share sikit. Masih jauh dari masjid, tak dengar khutbah apa. Very fast. Yalah, soal Jumat berapa rakaat je kan. How was the solat? Cuba cerita sikit khutbah apa ini. Cerita apa ini? Dia cerita Bulan Kepameh. Faham.
So, the trail leads to the Fizelia family.
We need to look into the Fizelia family.
The Fizelia's residences are near the Cathedral of Mercury. We could stop by the order for more information.
Cathedral. Khutbah hari ni dah habis. Yalah, tak nak share, tak apalah, faham. Tak apa, Fam. Aduh.
Thank you for the lead.
Fine. Ni buat apa ni? Ni mandi je, balik ke pam.
Thank you for your time.
Puasa apa kau kepau orang kan? Saya sampai dah... Oh. Faham. Sampai dah habis. Lambat pergi. Aduh, Flame. Apa boleh terlepas kubah tu? Tak apa yang kalau terlepas kubah. Ni tak tahu. Tak apalah. Next Jumaat ada.
You're too polite.
Ya. Korang.
You're my special guest.
Kami. Shut up. Cuba tanya kau. Dia rasa macam nak beli Ripo, tapi siapa ada Ripo? Ripo macam best je. Ramai gila orang beli Ripo.
R.I.P. Diona.
R.I.P. Diona ni lama siap jadi mermaid.
This is the face of the killer, okay guys. This
Dia
tree
ingin nak beli.
is the
Lepas
face of
tu dia
Diona
kita main
killer.
Syasham.
Where is
Tapi
the
minggu
another
depan
one?
aku boleh ikut. Atau minggu lagi satu, ingat. Saya best game tu lah. Dia tengok streamer yang si suka tengok dia pun macam best. Macam lawak je. Kami jangan shout out saya. Gigit kan. Best game tu je. Banyak gila orang beli. Kan. Dia dah 20 lebih kan. 20 lebih ringgit kan. Ya. Sebab dia nak banyak benda dia nak beli. Duit obso. Siapa nak lanja je. Terima kasih. Tiba. Tak ada gurau je. Rasa film dia bertumbuk je.
Isn't it interesting how a
Juga
small
game
mask
baru
can
early
both
access
hide
kan.
and reveal?
Baru lagi.
I can't wait to see the face you choose to show. I look forward to your next visit. This splendid reverie is always open for you.
Wow. Dia 24 jam buka orang kedai ni.
Anya peanuts が好き。
Thank you for the follow. Ma. Thank you for the follow. Welcome back to the stream. How are you? Gondolia. Let's go. Macam Ripo tu kan. Game dia comel gila. Dia punya karakter dia comel gila. Tapi Dia tengok Oshima mainin, like, takutnya. So, we need to get to the Kadra Mercury. Got it. Alright, let's go. Hey, boat, let's go. I think it's best to buy it at early access sebab takut kan chill je Zani duduk. I mean, I think it's best buy at early access. Takut kan dah habis early access dia macam makin mahal. Sebab mostly game macam tu kan, dia makin mahal kan. Pada-pada pun jerit je. I mean, Dang main sampai level berapa dah lepas. Legend says Sentinel kill at the storm and steal the wave, sparing countless lives at sea.
To show their gratitude, people place candles around the statue, keeping them lit both day and night. Every boat that passes pays their respects.
There might be some way to incinerate the ma from the un. Huh? What do you mean by that? Ma from the un? There's no un in the name. So far, what? Bau-bau boleh benai. Main berapa orang tu?
It may seem fanciful, but it's best to show respect as we pass by.
It's a horse. It's a seahorse?
So,
Like a
is
deal.
this the statue of the Sentinel? Why does it feel weird?
Yeah. Oh, water. Oh, UN for username. I'm sorry. I don't really know short terms. 6 people. Oh my god. Okay.
We are now in the Physalia
Yeah, the maximum berapa orang?
We should
Atma.
Hidon.
Thank you for the 1 bits, Atma. Thank you so much. Nikon.
He looks like the man we saw in Mr. Fulmin's memory. Isn't that Gilberto?
Oh, why Gilberto here?
Let's follow him.
Let's go. We follow the bad guy. I guess he's the bad guy. He caused the commotions. 6 max tapi boleh beli upgrade dapat max player. Oh, upgrade. You mean like DLC? Gilberto. Yeah, Mr. Gilberto. Into the cathedral. I really don't know how to say. Cathedral of Mercury. I have problem with my English ba. But hey, where are you from, Atma? Ma. Suspicious.
Gilberto, how are things progressing?
How things? Are you Fence the guy?
Your trust means a lot, Priest
Oh,
Alesia.
as you know, it's not the
flower
guy.
has been quite effective.
A word of caution. Don't overstep. We can't afford unwanted scrutiny.
So they're working together.
I know what I'm doing.
Taklah upgrade like per gitu. Just Atma, but tak apalah. Atma very. Oh, you from? Are you from Malaysia? As you can see, you already know. Tak apalah. Lah, Melayu ke? No worry. I don't usually like ask my new viewer where they're from. Sometimes I go English, sometimes I go Malay, I go mix. Nice to meet you.
Our sanctuary
Atma.
isn't infinite. Some murmurs are getting harder to quiet.
No, I'm not from Dubai. What do you mean? She's sugar mommy. Hey, I don't have sugar baby. I don't have a sugar baby. I'm not rich, ma.
I understand. That's why we seek unity and integration. Our beliefs are already one. This is also the destiny
Hey.
they intend.
All my viewer are sugar baby. So you guys want me to call all my viewer as sugar baby? You know, like puasa. Tahu puasa korang. Puasa korang. Behave. I mean, kan selalu kan orang ada macam, you know, streamer ada fan view diorang macam ada nama untuk view diorang, community diorang ada community name. Why you want me to call you sugar baby? Tak cuba. Oh, you dah marah tu pun hydrate. Tak ada.
HYDRAT.
Puasa. I stream using Northern. Oh, you streamer? Let me shout out to you. Aku streamer Atma. Rasa macam pernah nampak nama Atma. I feel je lah. Oh, Mobile Legend bang. Ju, no hydrate. Puasa. Siapa puasa jangan hydrate. Siapa tak puasa hydrate. Okay. Oh, tak ada clip pun keluar. Kan lambat. Kerana lagging lah. Shout out me. R.I.P. Diona. R.I.P. This is the face of the killer.
I can
fly. This tree is the face of Diona killer. Wait, where is the
sama je?
Menarik. Thank you sis Why does every time new viewer datang duk panggil sis? Kenapa suara Z macam akak ke? Oh, the pain. I'm young, you know, by the way. The pain inside me. Ya, dek. Hai, dek Akma. Yang view baru je yang boleh panggil akak. Yang lama tu jangan berani korang panggil akak. Aku pukul lagi yang. I prefer Gena. Gena tu pula apa tu? What is Gena? Kak. Tak ada. You can call me Z. Zlex as Z. Sometimes I'm a half cat, half human. I love being very much. I do. I'm not always a cat, by the way. I'm sometimes a human. I'm a PNG lah. You know, the cathedral is very gloomy and kind of scary. I want to get
Anya peanuts ga suki.
Zizan Skywalker. Anda ada kaitan dengan Zizan lawak ke tak ada? Hi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Skywalker. Nice to meet you. Am I getting the trumpet suddenly naik? Very scary mah. I see Niagara. Thank you. Mr. Gilberto. Gigir EPNG cat. Thank you.
More secrets.
And yeah, I'm a cat. Today I'm a Z-bear. People like to call my view call me Z-bear when I'm a cat. Because they're kind of confused. Is it a cat or a bear? So they declare there, not me. I did not declare. They declare it as a Z-bear.
Sir Gilberto. Oh, Gilberto from the Physalia family.
No, when you ask him, he like orang ni komplot. Priscillicio ni.
A pious soul. Frequently here in prayer. But not today, it seems.
That's a lie. I just saw Gilberto here.
I've heard whispers of you. An acolyte mentioned your desire to meet the Sentinel. I assume you must be interested in following their path. But I don't think you truly understand the significance of the Carnival. Allow me to explain.
No, I don't want to. If you must, I'm interested. Kita buat interested lagi.
You've probably heard about the connection between the
Hey,
Carnival
Adma,
and the
you
Sentinel.
puasa nak? Takoyaki tu astaga sebenarnya.
Why the Carnival hasn't been
Pergi lah
held for
bazar.
years?
Ada tu takoyaki tu. Alah, rasa nak beli pula taco. Takoyaki. Korang suka takoyaki inti apa? Dia selalu mix. So dia tak tahu. Tapi takoyaki sedap kak. You know, I like the takoyaki, the crunchiness of the, you know, the flake. Puasa tu pasal tak apa. Kita cakap je pasal makanan. Kita bukan pergi makan. Okay, korang tunggu berbuka. Korang janganlah berbuka sekarang.
A sea fog shrouded the entire city.
I think this is the 10 years ago.
Paraded like lost souls. A dragon roared above. And a beast in
Are we
the
going to
sea
fight the dragon?
stirred up towering waves. It was sent as punishment. A warning against our indulgence and division. This is our Primus, Fenrico, the Enlightened One. Amidst that chaos, he stepped forward and quelled the Sentinel's wrath.
Hello, welcome back guys. Sorry, mak kita masuk bilik jap. Mak kita tanya something lama. Screen movie auto tak adalah. Tekan tadi. Tekan. Apa tadi? Sotong. Wish. Nanti beli lah. Beli. Bazar kat rumah korang dekat ke? Mazi dekat je bazar. Boleh jalan sekaki. Malas lah. Tak ada teman nak pergi bazar. Seorang je. Tak ajak mak ke? Mak je. Entahlah. Sambung. Apa Princess Alicio duk cakap-cakap tadi?
Raguna's greatness was forged from its battles.
Sorry, korang lambat
It inspired a common goal in all our hearts. Without everyone working together, land cannot be cultivated, islands cannot unite, and dams cannot be built. A nation's strength lies in its unity. You see? This is why we preach restraint and control over our desires.
Orang ni problem.
Only through rituals can we strengthen our resolve, our unity. This is why we must banish those who stray from the right path.
What do you want to banish
and impose restrictions on those who threaten the common good. We've dedicated ourselves to this cause.
Seems like you disapprove of holding the carnival.
You misunderstand me. I simply mean that the Order's actions are always made with great deliberation. Guided by the Sentinel, we strive to unite and lead the people. We hope to build a kingdom on high, a land of the blessed, as it was in the beginning and ever shall be. I trust you'll have faith in the Order's judgment. We handle all matters that come to our attention.
Banyak apa tu? Oh, dia punya terminal.
What did you say? How could the Montelli family?
What? Why are you saying Montelli family in front of Zani? Kenapa?
Forgive me.
What
I must
happened?
attend to pressing matters. If you have further questions, seek answers in the cathedral. We are always open to those in search of truth. But I remind you to keep your distance from the sacred relics and honor our customs. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to address any act of disrespect.
Huh. What's got him so rattled that he'd leave us like that? He's hiding something. We saw Gilberto enter the cathedral with our own eyes. He couldn't have vanished into thin air.
He's hiding them. Kejut kita. Hey, Six. Come to the stream, Six. Buat apa tu? Let me shout out to you. How's puasa? Six puasa tak? Alah, comel. Imut.
Ada ruang.
Oh, Six. Nampak klip baru. How's the new agent? There's a new agent, right? Coming out. Dah keluar kan? Best tak?
Could there be a hidden chamber or secret passage within the
Yeah, I think Gilberto is hiding. That priest is hiding the Gilberto.
Now that you mention it, something's not sitting right.
Ya, dia lagi shadow guys tu. Tak unlock. Main cepat-cepat. Unlock cepat-cepat. dia tengok TikTok. The newest agent tu, dia macam takut je nak main dengan dia. I mean nak main against her. Dia rasa dia akan meninggal banyak anak balung ni. Sekejap, kena gimana? Use sensor to uncover Gilberto trail. How do you sensor? Oh, sorry, not this one. Sorry, saya dah lama tak main. This one? No, not this one. Ni sensor, sorry. Follow the trail. Fenrico. Is this Fenrico? Maybe Fenrico die tiba. Why would he leave this projection in the cathedral? Some. Oh, ada back room. Wish. Ni kan? Boleh slide. Kalau in reality, ada pathway like this. Like, I'm gonna go sliding. Jatuh. Open the gates. But how are you, Six? Korang rehat-rehat chill guys. Puasa ni tak banyak energy. Lapor. Aik kami.
I didn't expect the Order to have such a grand garden hidden here. But where could Gilberto have gone? Let's split up and see what
Apa
we can
klik
find.
lama ni? Astagfirullahaladzim. Yeah, that's my old PNG.
Batuk lah.
Batuk pula.
Nanti nak tengok. Betul nak tengok.
Ambil kepam. Follow the track. Let's go. Tak apa ke orang lain nampak kita lalu ni? They won't do anything? Oh, I mean this place is free to lalu lah, I think. Use sensor to uncover. Apa ni? No, ad break guys. Ad break incoming. Siapa tak nak ads, boleh sub ke Brizzy. I try my best to stream hari-hari.
Did he head that way?
Yes, I won't go away guys.
At the end of the garden.
I'm here
Is
for
that a
you guys.
confessional?
Tapi kalau korang tak nak sub tak apa, korang tengok je ads tu. Also support me in kind of way.
Looks like they're slowly
Oh,
finding
Profloba.
their way. No need to rush. I too am curious to see what truths await them.
Suara dia macam kenal je.
The grand revelry draws closer and closer.
Act 1 complete. We got to see Pavlova.
Step forward.
Dah deh. Lift ni bercakap je.
Weigh upon your soul.
Oh, is this like, you know, the box in the IRL cathedral? Bless me for have transgressed. I carry no burden. What does transgression mean? I don't know.
Are you certain? Search your heart. Now, I shall open the path to your ascension.
Going somewhere. We're going up. No, an echo. Oh, flashbang. Oh, this is the outside world of the Rinasita. Oh, that deer looks so cool. Oh my, so pretty. Land above the cloud. So cloudy. I guess mountain and everything. Quest unlock. Veil off in the sun of, I don't know. Veil off in the sun and shadow. Is it? Trial of the Owl. Okay, lots of quests unlock. And there's a casket over there. Right. Oh. Could be. Oh, it's a Nexus. Choo. Let me see the map. Oh, you know, it's like an Inazuma at the below parts. Oh, there's 4, 5, 6 Nexus, 7. I guess this is the something. Meet with Zani. Let's go.
You're saying the Visalia family was involved in the incident at the Carnival rehearsal? Do you have solid evidence?
I don't think there's a solid evidence, right?
Not yet, Mr. Alberto. But the clues we found all lead to a Visalia family member, Gilberto. We will investigate further.
The Visalia family. It seems they've run out of patience. This mess has got our honored guest into trouble and given these rats a chance to make their Please, pass on my thanks to our guest for the help. If you find yourselves short of hands or funds,
Ay, bibangon eh.
let me know. I'll be discussing this matter with Director Pacino.
I will, sir.
I guess Director Pacino is the highest in the Montelli family.
It appears a priest from the Cathedral of Mercury is involved.
Hmm.
So it's highly possible that the Order is aware of this.
The Order. Let me handle them. You just focus on Gilberto for now. Whatever the case, the Carnival must be secure. This goes beyond the Montelli family. It's also about the faith and hope of countless Ragonesi.
Understood. Not really. It's from Mr. Alberto. He's the head of Averardo Bank. My superior. But this doesn't sound like him. He's usually cautious and rarely makes outright promises. Unless one of the big shots in the family is twisting his arm. If the top brass are alarmed, it can only mean that the situation may be...
Ketiga. No.
Maybe I'm overthinking this. Either way, we finally got a lead. We should search the area. See where Gilberto went.
So the 3 guys. Let me I need to take a break kejap, guys. Korang tengok lah dia. I'm gonna go back. Be right back. Jap. Put text sekejap. Korang cicil lah. Cicil nak tidur. Be right back.
Time for replacement.
Be right back je, guys.
Off you go. There. Off you go. There. Off you go. Time for replacements. There. Off you go. There. Off you go. There. Off you go. Time for replacements.
Hello, Mystic. Sorry, I was away just now. I shouted at you, Mystic. I don't know if you're there anymore, but hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome back, guys. I'm back. Ush.
Off you go.
Sekejap.
Macam mana dia kau boleh di sini?
Wih. Oh, benda tu. Itu apa tu? Mish, zoom out. Let's go. Anything interesting here? Sekejap. Saya tengok TikTok. Apa tu? Ada apa kat TikTok? Let me see. TikTok. Twitch. TikTok.com.
Time for replacements.
Yeah. Ew. What with the PC FYP? The heck? Pass away. No, how do I not look at this? Mana activity? Or is it message? Message group. Sabar. Let me share the screen a bit. Chrome.
Off you go.
Audio Chan. Mana audio Chan? Oh, there. Ni. Apa ni? Drag flying squirrel with natural eyeliner.
This little cutie with its curious little face.
Comel. So cute.
Squirrel, also known as the Japanese flying squirrel.
Japanese flying squirrel.
Big sparkling eyes with the sugar glider. It's actually a completely different species.
Besarnya mata dia.
The Siberian flying squirrel belongs to the squirrel family. But unlike squirrels, it's a lot more refined in how it eats. They'll grab whatever they can, find a comfy spot, and slowly enjoy their snack.
Sumpah besar gila mata dia.
They're often sharing meals on tree
Kenapa dia duduk macam tu?
They sit there with their little hands resting on their chest, spacing out. Maybe wondering why they're so irresistibly cute. Flying squirrels are super active, easy to tame, and love to be around people and enjoy being petted, which is why they're often kept as pets. They have a membrane between their legs that lets them glide gracefully, almost like little fairies. With some training,
Ada boleh terbang ni. Glide.
even though they love human company, they're very delicate creatures. Their lifespan is only about 2 to 3 years.
Oh, 3 hari je.
Enjoy the short, sweet time you have together.
Kau kat atas ada lagi tu. Oh ya. Dah. Lagi santai kawan. Sabar kuatnya. Ai, macam angry mudfish. Kucing. Oh yang ni. Gami dah tengok lu Gami. Shino. Dah Shino dah tengok lu. Bolak-bolak. Dah Shino dah tengok lu. Dah Shino dah ke sini. Ke tidur balik ah. Dah tengok dah. Comel kalau ada kucing. Watch this baby seeing a human for the first time. Comel je. Bulat siap.
Off you go.
Apa dia pandang belakang? Hidung besar lubang hidung dia. Dia ada bunyi lah. Dah. Macam lagi pada video.
Off you go.
Kata husband saya. Ni saya lupa apa nama dia ni sebenarnya. Yao kan? Zhang Liao. Dia comel video. Oh, dia terbang. Oh.
Strange.
Just try habiskan story ni.
Vanish into thin air. I see. A wing ray. That explains it.
Wing ray?
Yes.
Kita
It's
kata
a
bang.
type of echo that can fly. People in Raguna often use them to travel quickly between locations. If Gilberto set up this wing ray as an escape route, it should lead us straight to him. Let's use the grapple to hitch a ride on the wing ray.
Kita terbang korang. Macam mana? The ability to fly. I don't know how to fly. Ada stamina dia lah. Pusing. Oh, WS to ascend or dive. S? Oh, okay. Laju. Oh, sorry.
Quite the view, isn't it?
Sorry, saya tak ada lesen terbang.
Known for its iconic windmills and flower fields. Legend has it, this was once the home of the Blessed Maiden.
Watch the children
Some
rehearsal.
people are over there. Let's check if they know anything.
Foul monsters, taste my steel! The Blessed Maiden smote the fiends who dare descend the
Dia
hallowed
orang
stair.
acting
Yet the dark tide surged on as more monsters poured forth from the mist. In this fateful moment, the Blessed Maiden beheld her destiny's end. Moved by the divinity, she chose to yield her life for the Sentinel's cause and Rinasita's people.
Oh, Imperator, guide me.
Wait. Your tone sounds a bit off. The Blessed Maiden should be more
Determined? How about this then? In Imperator's name, vile
Oh,
monsters,
macam budak-budak ni.
shall be met with the end of my boot.
I meant determined, not angry. You've got it all wrong.
Takjub. Dia lagi. Cristoforo? Something name. Crystal. We meet again.
Valiant champion of the foreign land. Our paths intertwine once more. A result of Imperator's divine intervention.
Don't
Would
you
agree?
agree?
Pardon me. But this lady by your side seems...
Yeah, he looked like a prince.
I am Zani. I work at Averardo Bank.
Ah, yes. You look quite chivalrous, if I may say so. Yet, with your weary face, I'm afraid I can only dub you the Sorrowful Knight.
That's quite fitting. Do I thank you for that?
Ah, no need for the formalities. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Cristoforo, a humble playwright grappling with modern trends. Delighted to meet you.
Dah ada buat kat sini. Last time kita jumpa dekat
I've been working on a script
port
about the
mana.
Blessed Maiden lately.
Blessed
The
Maiden.
well-known martyred maiden, Fleur-de-Lis. Her brave sacrifice during the Dark Tide saved Raguna many years ago. That sacred maiden perished just as the curtain fell, lying in the center of the sanctuary where spotlights converged. I've longed to capture that tragic scene. The script's nearly finished, but something's amiss. With Fleur-de-Lis's home right here before me, I had hoped to find traces of the Blessed Maiden's early childhood plays a key role in shaping one's personality, you know. Sadly, no. I confess, I've made zero progress. Most legends of the Blessed Maiden are lost to time. I'm forced to rely on imagination. Nevertheless, the script is finished. I've even asked the children over there to help me rehearse it.
Charming. Script dah finish eh?
Here,
Oh,
have a
bagi
copy.
kita.
I'm eager for your thoughts.
That was very generous of you. Right.
Apologies.
Emma,
I started
hi
rambling about my
human.
play again.
I'm a cat. Meow meow.
What brings you here?
I'm not human today.
We're looking
Hello,
for
Emma. Welcome back.
someone. Did you come across anyone from the Physalia family?
The Physalias.
We are trying to track down Gilberto.
I've noticed a nobly dressed gentleman around here.
He kinda escaped.
Yes, he bore their crest. In fact, I even stared a bit. Old habits die hard. The Physalias rarely venture beyond city walls.
So Gilberto did pass through here. Thank you for the information.
Speaking of that man, word from the local villagers is that odd occurrences have plagued the area since his arrival.
Odd occurrence? Does it Discord?
Odd occurrences?
Are you streaming right now? You streaming what game? Oh, watching others. Let's go. I can never do that, you know, because I don't really have a lot of. I can't multitask. Multitask is not with me. Never will be with me.
You've likely noticed the abundance of echoes here in Whisperwind Haven. One might say it's more their village than ours. But since that nobleman's arrival, echoes in the area have been vanishing without a trace.
They're kidnapping the echo. Nah, I don't know.
Like time lost forever. Books forgotten by people.
Game dramatic. Oh.
Cherished memories faded away in time's current. Oh, pardon me. My playwright's pen is running away.
No, he kind of remind me of Elliot from Stardew. Yeah, very poetic people. Macam tu.
Echoes disappearing. Sounds familiar. Echoes started acting strangely when Gilberto showed up. Just like what happened in the Carnival rehearsal. This is no coincidence. Mr. Cristoforo, do you know where those echoes were last seen before they disappeared?
I'm in the dark as well. However, they might know a thing or two. These echoes are keen to find their friends too. They're not fighters, but they can surely be your guide. Why not take them along?
Some echo are being kidnapped, guys. Kita kumpul bunga. Ching. What's this? Gloom slug. Slug? Slug or slug?
Faster. Everything seems normal here.
Ada ni, teleporter.
Let's keep moving.
Shut mate. Tibet dulu. I had the place where the echo were last seen. Let's go. This thing is guiding us. Apa
Faster. Something on top of that ruin.
Rumah siapa ni?
Corroded frequencies?
Corroded
Need to find a way
frequency?
up there.
Apa tu? Go. Is your cat typing on the keyboard? That's very worrisome. What's that?
There are Physalia markings on these crates.
Face the nightmare cloud and use utility to transform into a Lordilos. Hold the button to absorb the nightmare cloud with her picture book. Lordilos draw power from the story in the finished book, enhancing her ability to absorb nightmare cloud. Hold the enhance absorption button to absorb all nightmare cloud within her radius. The enhanced absorption state lasts for a limited time and can be refreshed by reading the finished book again. Yes, macam saya faham. But no, saya tak faham. Kita try. T. Ooh. I jump in here. Hello. Hands up, everything. Okay. Hands up. Thank you. I'm very yummy. Is all the nightmare? Okay. That's all? Okay. Investigate. Oh, I think strange petal? I think the
These are
spider lily, right?
petals?
This is the spider lily flower, right?
I think I saw them before.
They feel the echo. Oh my god, an echo. Complete arrow. Can't see why we fighting in the very sempit place.
Need to find a way to stop them first.
Go back to Cristoforo.
Like the wind.
Ooh, left shift to the other fight. Ooh. Okay, turun. Wee! Pop. Sorry. No damage taken. No damage.
Ah, you have returned. How did it go? Any discoveries to share?
You tell Christopher and Zani what you found out.
Intriguing. Frequency corrosion, you say? So this is unheard of. Echoes are the Sentinel's gift to Rinasita. They're not supposed to turn on each other, much less humans.
Actually, there was a similar incident with hostile echoes in Raguna
Ay,
City
ads
recently.
lagi. Sorry guys, ada 1 minute ads incoming. Banyak iron ads. Untuk 3 jam stream. Dia kalau nak buat sejam stream tak ada ads, dia kena buat 3 minit ads. Tak tahu lah korang sanggup tak 3 minit.
Serious, and the echoes involved almost hurt us. That's why we're investigating.
I presume the Phasalia you seek is entangled in this affair?
You're not sure yet. Exactly. I think it's something had to do with Gilberto.
I see. Very well. Allow me to offer you my thanks. The frequency corrosion driving the echoes mad has been resolved, but we must still caution villagers and their echoes. They should exercise vigilance and avoid perilous areas.
Where you going? Lived in hurry like his movie. I think he found something. Bapak tinggi siap kata tu.
Looks like we're dealing with a repeat of the rehearsal incident here. But if Gilberto was behind this, how did he pull it off? Petals? They give off a strange feeling.
Any idea what it might be, Abby?
Alright, let's give it a try. Tastes kinda weird. It's not an echo. Or a tacit discord. The frequency's coming from a resonator. A super strong one.
Pavlova. Prolova.
Gilberto's a
Pavlova?
resonator, but he doesn't seem
Sedap pula Pavlova.
particularly strong.
So Gilberto not working alone.
Yes. Be it the mastermind or another pawn, it's got the Phasalia family written all over it. They staged the accident, endangering civilians, and then used it to frame the Montellis. What a story. This is definitely headline material. Just think of the leverage the Montelli family could get with this scandal.
Hey, look over there. That person looks kind of familiar.
Who? Mana? Dari.
It's Phoebe.
Oh.
What's she doing here with all those echoes? Wait.
I can't
got
see
an
anything.
idea.
Maybe. I would do. What idea? Dah malam dah. Oh, apa ni? Water lamp. Water lamp. Tik tik tik.
Livia, Breno, any sign of Beppe?
Gami. Tak, saya tak kepam. Ni Gami.
Strange. Where could Beppe be?
Ni Gami yang biru ni. The bear. Alamak, Gami tak nampak. Kepala hilang.
Oh, cut it out, Breno. Stop.
Apa Abby buat? Aduh. I die. Pukul dia. Die. What game are you dying? Ma. My live stream 11:38 kan? Besok. Kenapa? Ada apa kat situ? Klip lah. Best-best tu.
Wait, Breno's right here.
Dah saya Abby.
Then who's poking me in the back? Beppe, you better have a good
Nah, Beppe, it's me, Abby.
Abby ni dah buat apa? Ui, ada reminder. Don't forget to take a break. Tak boleh klik sebab tu kata ada music. So copyright. Alah, select lah tu. Dia ni kalau clip error apa nanti dia try clip. Tak apa, try je. Try and try.
That's enough, Abby.
Abby prankster siap.
Lame. I was just trying to have some fun with her.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, the small thing is Abby. Abby is an echo that can talk. Tu lah, dari hari tu lagi suruh Ami tengok video tu. Aduh, hai. Sekejap, tunjuk video tu. Sekejap, ini tak open balik my TikTok. Kita tutup dah. Sekejap, korang mana ada bagi link kan? Manakah link dia dekat Hoyu kan? Kami jangan pergi. Jack nak suruh Han tengok video ni. Sekejap. Pause, please, pause. Paus. Gami? Rasa Gami tengah klik dia punya stream. Tapi stream semalam je tengok. Stream Gami semalam banyak kena mute. Banyak merah. Sebab ni main music. Sorry, saya menguap. Gami? Shino? Tunjukkan. Shino? Are you there? Mak pun nak tengok boleh. Ni klik ni power. Kita kuat sikit. Yang ni Drake suruh tengok ni. Dah tengok belum? Mika. Banyak ke? Siapa ni? Isaac dapat new character. Tengok macam dong ni. Tapi Zia guna kaedah ni untuk pull dapat Tajud. Banyak poster. Chong Yun. Zoom lagi. Tak boleh Raisa. Tak boleh lah edit ni. Aku tengok ni. Tak boleh lah. RIP Isaac punya tekak. Ya, by the way, kalau korang nak follow, cik Sir_undead. Sir Undead. Pak weapon ni special. Kau tengok. Dasar. Dia kepap ni dia. So if you guys wanna pull enchant the Zika Palm, wah ni how do I stop it? Zika Palm tak ada pull sekarang ni, pukul kan. Macam orang ni. Aduh, the magic word is Zika Palm tau guys. Please jangan ikut. Alright. Ayuh. Tapi awal lo balik tengok. Tadi pun okay. By the way guys, for my view, tadi pun Zee guna kaedah sama. Zee cakap Zee kepam, try kepam kan. Dapat weapon awal lo. Aduh, Shikin betul lah. I dead again. Okay, Dato' Miska. Kami you can use also that. So what is kepam? Oh, you don't know kepam. Kepam is like stinky. Am I not stinky? Kira, ibong mi fong. Welcome to the stream, Kira. Kepam is stinky. And like Gami and Drag is stinky. Akira also stinky, by the way. But I want humid smell. Simplify stinky.
I thought you were at Raguna City. Didn't expect to meet you here. Oh, sorry, I don't think we've met.
Greetings, madam. My
name is
Zani.
Let's continue the story, ma.
Oh, I don't think we've met before.
But you the soup, nah? No, I'm not. I'm very wangi.
Well, it's probably because I haven't been to church much. Please don't stare at me like that. There are more pressing matters. We're investigating the echo incident from the carnival rehearsal at Whisperwind Haven.
Buat apa tu Kira? How's puasa today?
One of our clues led us
I forgot to ask. How's your puasa? How's the sahur? Sahur apa tadi?
The echo incident. Yes, I've also heard of it. I even heard you were caught right in the middle of it. Please accept my apologies on behalf of the order.
I guess it's common on gacha game, the hair kind of is spitting.
By the way, have any of you seen an echo named Beppe? They're about this tall and usually wander around here, but I can't seem to find them anywhere.
Oh, getih rambut. Let's go. Basket with asam pedas dan ayam kurma. Oh, makan bubur lambu. 2 mangkuk asam pedas dan ayam kurma. Sedapnya. Oh, lapar. We should stop talking about food because I'm kind of hungry, Oh, perut Zee dah berbunyi ni. Sebaik tak dengar masuk mic.
Sorry, we didn't see the echo you mentioned, but we found clues on their odd behavior. They all point to a member of the Physalia family, Gilberto.
Gilberto is the main culprit, guys. Tu lah saya yang tanya. Dia masih tanya tak lapar lagi. Tiba-tiba rasa lapar pula bila dengar asam pedas yang kurma ayam. Tak. Tak apa. We drop the topic.
Similar incidents here recently.
I try to finish the story and then end my stream actually. But I don't think it's sempat.
The Order has also received reports of missing echoes in this area. Is it possible that the Physalia family is involved? I find it really hard to believe. From what I know, the Physalia family is deeply respectful of the divinity.
But it doesn't respect the carnival.
Such a blasphemous act. The echoes are gifts from the Sentinel.
Have you seen this before?
A pedal? The ritual one? No. Wait. This frequency.
Oh, she's no?
Oh, right. I think I saw this flower in the Cathedral of Mercury.
Oh,
And
Priest Alessio.
Alessio was wearing it. Wait.
Yeah,
Could he
Phoebe
be
getting
involved with
the
the Physalia family's plans?
getting what is happening. Is he thinking about getting a drawing tablet? Oh, what kind? What kind of drawing tablet? Dia nama yang mana satu? Belilah kalau duit.
Imperator granted us echoes, the skies, lands, oceans, and sustenance, to which we should all be grateful and reverent. I request to join your investigation.
Oh.
As a servant of the Sentinel, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to their unholy acts.
Fine by me. With someone from the Order as a neutral witness, the Physalias won't be able to accuse us of fabricating evidence. As long as I'm not treated like a heretic and get kicked out of Rinasita later.
Beli je kira. Tapi make sure guna lah. Tapi boleh kot.
Pepe? Oh, thank the divinity you're safe. But what happened to you?
Oh, dah balik dah. Oh, ni ke? Apa? Pepe?
Wait, Pepe!
Pepe pergi mana?
Oh.
Kenapa dengan Pepe?
Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Echoes don't usually act like this. Something must have startled them.
Something feels off. We should go check it out, Rover.
Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Kira tak beli apa ni? iPad. iPad kan ada siapa tu apa tu. Apa software tu. Dia tinggi nak iPad. Siapa nak software tu je. Again, it's okay Ma. You can do it. You can fight. Just the echo trail. Let's go. We gotta see what happened. What make the echo like run so fast? He was scared or something. Who is this? Felicito olive oil. Oh, apa tu? Oh, Gilberto.
Excellent. Everything is in place. Now, all we need is Her Majesty's approval.
What do you mean, Her Majesty?
O great Imperator,
Mati my view.
may you raise the tides, deliver your edict to our queen, and let the clouds cover Raguna, cleansing it of the wickedness left by the pleasure seekers of this city of transgression.
Is he praying?
He looks evil.
I know the Physalias are extremely devout, but who is this queen he mentioned?
Yeah.
This prayer sounds odd. It's definitely not from the Order's codex.
O divinity in the abyss, Lord of tides and riddles, may you soon be freed. Let all lies melt away under your power. May you grant me strength to overcome all who oppose you.
Lord of Tides and Riddles?
Huh?
Oh no, we got caught.
Uh-oh. Things just went south. Looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
You caught Gilberto. Oh, why is smelling? Ooh.
You must be that outlander, right? The news of your arrival is all over Raguna. Since you're here, I guess you've uncovered quite a bit. Though it's insignificant compared to the truth beneath the tides.
Either XP or welcome one. Oh, I think SP pen is okay. iPad is pergi baiki. What they call the species human with horn? I'm not sure. On the head. Good. I'm not sure, Atma. Why?
As a gesture of goodwill, let me offer a word of advice. Curiosity won't lead you to the truth you seek, but rather closer to...
Unicorn. Okay. I don't think unicorn. I think Atma referring to Zani, the character Zani, right? But I'm not sure what it's called. Zani has a horn and a tail actually. Like a Zizi, yeah. Tyrant. I don't know what to say. Dia untuk yang the furry, right? Macam siapa tu? Who's the white guy? My brain is not braining, by the way. Yeah. She's a deity or something. No, Zani is not deity. He's like just a creature. Just a normal creature. Yeah, the horn and tail. But I don't know what it's called. Oh, dia letak effect merah.
It just turned echoes into tacit discords. Is it the petals?
Yeah, I think it's the petal.
What have you done to those echoes?
Merely the necessary sacrifices for our one true divinity.
Fine.
Ready for battle.
I can't see.
Variable elimination.
Eliminations.
No, this cannot be.
What do you mean? You just sent 2 people.
How pathetic. You're nothing but a discarded pawn.
The way you say you're pending doom.
Which is
True.
not unusual with the Visalia family.
Mr. Gilberto, please explain this Lord of Tides and Riddles you mentioned.
I appreciate your passion for the Order, Miss Phoebe, but now is not the time. We need to uncover the real culprit behind the Visalias.
Oh, forgive me.
Do you really think you've won? No. It's
Wait, what are you doing?
late. I might just be a pawn, insignificant and small. But while you're focusing on me, you've missed something far more important.
What happened?
He shows no remorse for his crimes. I'll contact Mr. Alberto and have the family send someone to take over.
Wait, what happened? I see flashing light. Apa yang jatuh tu?
That's the Nimbus Sanctum.
These echoes are converging towards the Sea of Clouds. What's happening?
Yang macam nak gelak je.
Magnificent. Lorelei is now ours for the taking. Just as the prophecy foretold, all shall be cleansed. Now, let us wait in patience as the Sea of Clouds descends to engulf that corrupted city. Only the faithful will rise anew from the tides.
Lorelei.
Apa pernah dengar Lorelei? Dia dah lama tak main, dia lupa dah.
According to the Codex, Lorelei is a powerful remnant creature residing in the atrium of reflections at the center of the Nimbus Sanctum.
Kenapa mutab? Nak juga. Oh, main. Itu lagu. I like you semalam. I tak nak macam cakap Lorelai. Itu lagu. Ya, hai. Ada lain-lain. Tak tahu lah Lorelai apa. Ada connection ni kami. Beli mutabak Lihat sekali untuk sini. Nanti Izzy bagi alamat korang post Terima kasih. Alright. Makan dulu pada buka kan, Mak? Gaik-gaik. Mana?
Legends say the Sea of Clouds once flooded the Seminary of the Forgotten, reducing it to ruins before spreading to Raguna. It was Lorelei who curbed the raging clouds and ended the crisis. If they've really done something to Lorelei, then Mr. Gilberto wasn't just bluffing. The clouds might truly engulf
Why?
Raguna,
Diorang
leading to
buat
a
benda ni
disaster
semua.
beyond our imagination.
They are all mad. So this is what they've been planning all along.
We have to do something.
You two go ahead. I'll stay here and watch him until the family arrives. Just in case he gets any bright ideas.
Ingat kau nak
I'll stay
terlepas ke?
with you. After all, this could provoke outcry from the Facelia family. If I testify about Gilberto's misdeeds on behalf of the Order, they can't deny the facts or exploit the situation.
I agree. But what about you, Rover?
Phoebe got a point. Don't worry, I take care of myself.
All right.
Rover.
There's a port nearby where you can catch a gondola. It can take you close to the Atrium of Reflections. After we hand Gilberto over to the family, we'll meet up with you as soon as possible.
Please be extra careful, Rover. May the Sentinel protect you.
So in this game, Sentinel are like the god, I think. Now my Minecraft, right? Happy Minecrafting. Melelo. I'm gonna finish this story. I think the story almost finished. Sebab it's like ada krisis dah. Sekejap ni apa benda? Perform intro skill. School. Tak siap lagi daily. Kita kena pergi the port. Port. Lagging. Mana aku nak pergi ni? Oh, sini tangga. Telajak perahu. Faster. Ooh. That's so pretty. The flower. I mean the tree. Ada echo gonna attack me. Oh, here it is.
Welcome, traveller. I am the harbour master. Where do you wish to
Atrium
go?
of reflection, please.
Intend to navigate the Sea of Clouds? Surely you've noticed today's weather? Yeah, we've seen storms before, but nothing like this. I wonder what's causing it. I suggest you sit it out before departing. I see. If that's the case, you can take the gondola in the harbour. But please, be careful.
Jack mana? Jack, orang cari. Tak tahu Jack kat mana. Oh, perempuan lagi balik. Apa nama dia?
Perfect. There's still a gondola here. I believe your name is Noah.
Oh, you mean the gondola? Gentle sound of approval.
It seems fate has brought us together once more. Don't you agree, kind sir?
You're...
It seems you do remember me. That's right. We crossed paths at Madame Niala's mask shop. Truth be told, I need to catch the final train in the Nimbus Sanctum today. However, this lone gondola is all the harbour offers. So, since we share the same destination, Would you mind
Sure,
also
sure.
sharing this gondola with me?
Okay, me. Happy Minecrafting. Siapa-siapa nak alert ke apa sis. No hal.
Much obliged.
Dia nak aku buat apa dia kan? Aku buat apa dia ni? Nak aku beg.
Well then, without further ado, let's be on our way.
Let's go. Dia rasa memang story nak habis dah ni. Sikit lagi. Untuk ni lah chapter ni. Stay. I'm on a date with the girl. Oh wait, kita kena ni bawa sendiri. Wee.
That song.
Wee.
Where is it coming from?
Apa?
The cloud continues to
Wee.
spread. You may be right. This could be Imperador's test, but we must leave.
Wee. Drift. Wee.
Listen, please. I'm not leaving. The relic of the Ancient One is here, somewhere. I must...
Is it here? Oh yeah, sampai dah.
These seem to be reverberations hidden in the sea of clouds. Perhaps you've heard
Tak boleh.
this was once the Order's seminary. It appears that even after the clouds consumed it,
Sabar, kita tunggu dia cakap dulu. Zita cakap.
maybe the anomalies in the sea of clouds are stirring them to life once more.
You seem very knowledgeable about all this.
Nak lambat lah dia cakap.
Why,
Kenapa tahu? Tak tahu kami.
I've long been fascinated by Raguna's history and art.
Dia nak ajak Minecraft kot.
After all, to chart our future, we must first understand our past. Is that not true? We're likely to encounter more
tinggi
reverberations
sak.
on our way. They may even contain vital information. You can search for more if you're curious. It seems we have some time before the train arrives. How about a little chat to pass the time?
A chat won't hurt. Oh my. Sure. Hi, bye, Dre.
Where shall
Jam.
we begin? The city, an abomination of chaos, claims its first death at birth. Its mortality has become our sustenance, like a whale that slowly sinks into the
A whale? Masa awal-awal kita datang Rinasita, yeah, we found a whale actually.
This comment on Raguna comes from Rosselli, a painter from the past. Tragically, he died in poverty, his work overlooked. Now, ironically, even a mere sketch of his commands over 1 million credits. Now, what is your impression of Raguna so far?
The people are very passionate. A profit-driven place full of corruption. A city of faith. Can I do the second one? Nah, I choose the passionate.
Passionate. Indeed. Passion is a quality the Raganesi possess in abundance. It's also why the Carnival is so eagerly anticipated. Raguna has many facets. Most people only see one side of it, but for me, it's like two sworn enemies are forcibly bound together. That's Raguna.
Pero
A city
macam
where tradition and innovation,
that's the order,
openness and
Montelia.
isolation
Who's the other one?
ceaselessly
Sally?
wrestle for dominance. That is why the Montelli and Phasalia families are in a constant clash, as you may have seen. The Montellis champion innovation, staking all on the Carnival. Meanwhile, the Phasalias cling to tradition, colluding with the shadows that lurk in Raguna's depths. Fortunately, this long struggle behind the curtains will soon come to an end. Not because of the two families, but because of you.
Because of Robo.
Me?
Yes. You. The fated one.
Oh, dia tahu.
Perhaps you're not merely entangled in Raguna's conflict, but are, in fact, the very eye of the storm. The city's fate may well rest upon your shoulders. You may not have noticed it yet, but we are, and have been, in the same boat for a long time.
Oh, bunyi apa tu? Something is happening. Oh, the boat is coming. Datang.
Ah, there's the train.
Oh, train.
Time to say goodbye now.
I didn't
Fancy
catch your
train.
name.
I'll tell you next time. As for now, let's keep it a mystery. Until we meet again, fated one, may you find your own path in Raguna.
Jangan kan chapter ni kita jumpa perempuan tu. I mean, kita tahu nama dia semua. Guess not. Ni apa tu? After the mission depart, Zani and Phoebe arrive on the gondola together with UCR toward the Lorelei. Oh, naik boat lagi. Let's go. Gondola.
So this is what's become of the seminary?
Whee! I'm
I
a very
never
good driver,
expected
guys.
this.
See?
You've been here before.
Whee!
No, but I've seen paintings of the seminary in the cathedral. It had an enormous dome and spires that seemed to touch the heavens.
Sampai dah.
Then
This is the
ordered
actual
forced
reflections.
to abandon it, and the sea of clouds swallowed it.
Dekat sikit, sikit. Alamak, tersekat. Sorry. Boleh tak anda park elok-elok sikit? Nak park elok je. Park tembus balik. Wee. Okay, open. Alright. Activate Nexus sekejap. Nimbus Sanctum.
Faster.
Oh, ada orang.
Have you also come to repent and seek forgiveness? The Sentinel has revealed a path to resist temptation and corruption. We need only devote ourselves wholly to Lorelei.
Oh, hi, B-Mac. Welcome back.
We're just here to see Lorelei.
Patience.
Hello,
I see
hello.
your eagerness for enlightenment, like our new brothers. You've removed your masks, but your hearts, they're still veiled. Everyone here
So
wears a
tandiri,
mask.
you know.
Everyone in Raguna, without exception, never unmasked. This is the source of our suffering. The mask veils our hearts. Like our new brothers, they wear peculiar masks of madness. Poor souls tormented by evil desires.
Poor
May
soul.
they find peace in Lorelei's embrace.
The clear mass of madness.
Yes, their masks are filled with madness, but even wrongdoers can seek redemption from Lorelei. The Sentinel granted Lorelei this authority, and no one can take it away. Follow Lorelei's song and your heart, and you may meet Our Lady. But if your transgressions are beyond redemption, you'll be lost in the sea of clouds forever.
So what should we do to see Lorelei?
Do you seek an audience with Lorelei? Sadly, you've come at a bad time. Lorelei is furious.
We appreciate the explanation, but we believe Lorelei is in danger. We're here to help her. Someone's planning to exploit her powers.
The path has been closed. You must leave.
Nah, buka lah kejap. Kejap je. Open ni bit.
Doesn't look like we'll be talking our way past him. Let's find another way, Robert.
Yeah. Open a bit pun tak nak. Right. See. Let's go here first. Search for clue, putting the path to audience.
These inscriptions and markings on the stela seem to say something, but most of these are worn out and don't look like a modern Rinasita script. Phoebe, can you read any of it?
Let's see. This seems like an ancient
デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック、デイジー15リック。
Puasa. That should
The night queen.
Queen?
May she during the day sea of clouds. Oh, much of this text is illegible. However, the adjacent drawing is mostly intact. It shows and the creature slowly shifts from an immense.
Could it be Lorelei?
Of the Lorelei, the queen?
No other being that large lives above the sea of clouds.
Biar beli headset baru. Headset je nama apa tu?
Actually, I'm not sure if the other figure is the Sentinel. It looks a little different from the cathedral statues. Maybe it's just the lack of.
Anyway, does it mean Lorelei and the Sentinel are somehow connected to each other? Nothing about the barrier, though. Are there any other people?
We should investigate further.
Ding, ding, ding. Oh, speak to this person.
Oh, I have been cleansed of my impurity.
Sing, dance, for we.
Yes, we only need to.
Oh, you've also come to rid yourself of your misdeeds. Then join us.
Sing what song? Touch wood.
The door has been shut. Simply sing along and it will open before you.
Just sing. It doesn't look like we'll get more out of them.
Sing what song? Yep.
Mistletoe, you're here.
Oh, you know him? Wow. Berdengar suara korang dah tak ada tiba, tak ada bunyi. Sama ni Bimek guna ni speaker je ke? Murah Fantech okey lah je nama dia.
This is Mistletoe, one of the missing echoes. They probably followed the Mistletoe. Do you know how to remove the berry?
Now, how would an echo know that, Phoebe?
They say that we just need to sing a specific song.
Jadi orang tadi pun cakap need to sing.
You can understand what it's saying? A specific song, huh? That's a direct lead. But which one?
Yang best ada butang mic. Mic yang tak why. Kenapa Bimek tak nak pakai mic? Pakai je lah. Alah, malu-malu pula. A veil of mist shrouded the atrium, radiating an aura of resistance. This must be the entrance that the believer referred to as the path to audience. However, it completely sealed. Small words are carved beside it. We mourn the martyrdom of the blessed maidens. Is this some kind of hint? I don't know.
I guess singing is our only option for clearing that barrier. But which song?
Maybe the one that Gilberto sang?
The stela we saw mentioned the Sentinel, and we're in the ruins of the seminary.
Meaning it should be a chorale. There is also the inscription in front of the barrier. We mourn the martyrdom of the Blessed Maiden.
Tak boleh. Mic tu kalau cakap Zika pam je akan rekod suara. Tak ada. Pakai mic tu. Tak ada.
Any chorales you know ring a bell, Phoebe?
The martyrdom of the Blessed Maiden. Could this be the aria of the Blessed Maiden? It's a chorale rarely used these days. I doubt most priests even know of it.
The Blessed Maiden.
Kujuri. Thank you for that, Pat.
They shared some stories.
Thank you so much. Apa ni lilik? Puasa. Thank you for the link.
Phoebe, if you know this chorale, why not give it a try? It might just clear the barrier.
Apa muka dia macam resah?
Me?
Malu. Try it, Phoebe. You can do it, Phoebe.
Oh, okay then.
I guess you're a shy type person.
I suppose it's our best option at the moment. I'll give it a try.
Tiba tenang ke suasana. Oh, the barrier is clear. Oh, we finally met the echo. I guess that the Lorelei. Don't help me. Lorelei, Queen of the Night. Oh, lady. Ow. Ow.
Did you get the chorale wrong?
No, Abby, it's the correct. Itayo. Where are you?
Don't you worry.
Ui, tercampak jauh. Ni. Dah dulu. Alfie. No, bangun.
Kiss through the stars.
83. Aduh. Nice. Oh, it's the flower. It's the petal, the red petal. Lorelei was.
That
Oh, they
flower
kept you. Here you go.
looks like the petals we found in Whisperwind Haven.
It's the Fraxidus. I've dealt with them before, and I've seen a flower just like this.
How long have I been in slumber? This nightmare. How long was I trapped in it? Are you also part of the dream?
No, we are not. Might you be Lorelei?
I am. Travelers from afar, I sense the kindness pulsing in your hearts. You must be the ones who broke the chains of my nightmare. The Oathbreakers, hiding behind their masks of madness. They tainted the Nimbus Sanctum with corrupted blooms, drowning me in rage and sorrow. Endless nightmares became
All those people at the entrance of the atrium mentioned it.
Mana dia tak nak buka pintu tadi?
Had you not freed me from my nightmare, I would never be able to fulfill the Sentinel's task. The tides of the Nimbus Sanctum would have engulfed the whole of Raguna, just as they once claimed the sacred temple, now lying in ruins.
Looks like nobody's around. Super idol 的笑容都没你这天白昼的阳光都没你耀眼，热爱白。
Macam-macam. Terkejut sih.
Wait. The Sentinel. Does that mean...
Yes. The Sentinel molded me from a mindless being into the form you see.
Di bawah habis lawan Laurel dan
Bestowed upon me the most precious gift.
A soul.
A soul. They commanded me to restrain the clouds.
Thank you for the 1 bit.
히돈.
Hidon.
Within it from dissipating.
Thank you Atma. Semoga dia berrezeki.
Can you contact Imperator? I need to meet with the Sentinel.
Oh, we meet it. Dah beli dah mutabak dah Atma.
Unfortunately, it lies beyond my power. The Sentinel's link to the mortal realm is severed. Only through collective prayer and a rite at the height of the carnival. Only then can mortals briefly commune with them.
Right. You mean the Carnival?
No, that's impossible. The current Primus, Fenrico the Enlightened One, was given a direct oracle from the Sentinel. The Sentinel has always been with the people.
I'm afraid the Sentinel's current state transcends mortal understanding. Your Primus is no exception.
Duit raya. Terima kasih Atma. Susah aje. Thank you so much. Bagaimana rezeki. Boy. Zee soal Jumaat tadi ke? Itulah. Tak adalah. Dia tak pergi soal Jumaat. Boy bawa balik ke boy? Batas. Kenapa jangan tengok. Tajuk lah orang ni. Janganlah pergi macam tu. It's fine. It's fine. I focus the story, not the graphic mah.
Answer the people's call, not your so-called enlightened one.
One last thing. Those Oathbreakers wearing masks of madness you mentioned. Do you know who they are?
All that I know is that they are not from Rinasita.
Oh, orang luar.
In the whispers between
Ni tak friend nak macam mana? Mana saya tahu. Apa ni tak bahasa? Apa lagi di sini? I'm a friendly family streamer, guys. Thank you again for the beats, for your intention on story. And just focus on story. You guys lah fokus benda lain. Bukan tak sih.
The conductor.
Conductor. Oh, hilang peta tu.
Conductor.
Habis sorry. Kaki laju. Batal puasa korang nanti.
Wicked acts have scarred the sea of clouds, and I must mend it within my dreams. The song shall guide you out of this domain. Farewell, visitors.
Farewell. Bye bye, Lorelai. Tak ada Jack, pukul Kang.
What a wild turn this job's taken. Seeing the legendary Lorelai up close.
Tak ada Jack. Puasa ke korang? Puasa. Takut. Rosak. Kenapa pasal? Puasa korang puasa. Tapi sorry ni sebenarnya sebelum puasa. Ibu nak buat. Tak, Phoebe kenapa? Okey tak?
I'm fine. I'm just processing.
Dia mesti tengah apa ni? Proses pasal order semua kan?
I need a moment to reflect.
case, we managed to stop their plot in time and found the missing Vitrium dancer.
Speaking of that Vitrium dancer, what brought it here? Lorelai's song? Or maybe the Sentinel's guidance?
Oh, I think sense the guidance.
But those wearing the masks of madness, the Fraxidus, right?
Oh, terkejut aku masa
About their role in all this. I think they supplied Gilberto with the flowers that turn echoes into tacit discords.
Yeah, the Fraxidus behind this. Flower kan. Jangan nak bersin korang.
What's our next move, Rover?
Ya, tak bersin lagi. Kita dah jumpa lagi Brant. I mean, Brant. Mana Brant?
Gilberto as their fall guy. We can't expose them just by ourselves. Oh, another thing. Since the Fraxidus is conspiring with the Thessalias, that makes them an enemy of the Montelli family.
Sama juga dengan The Order kan. The Order kan working with Thessalias. But I don't think all the Order. Some of the Order people kan. Rinasita nak masuk region lain dah. Lama betul simpan dia jadi kepam kan. Memang baru nak buat. Sorry. Sabar. Brant selamatkan sekali. Nanti jumpa lagi lah kan dia.
There happens to be an auction at Averardo Vault today. The top members of the family will be there.
Brant kan nak buat apa? A dashing entrance.
We should tip off the family about the Fraxidus scheme. The Montellis can't afford to ignore this threat. What about you, Phoebe?
Phoebe senyap dari tadi.
Return to the order first. While I believe Lorelai is truthful, I can't imagine the Primus would deceive our people. He is, after all, the Enlightened One. According to Lorelai, the Sentinel will deliver an oracle during the Carnival. That's when the truth will come to light.
Speaking of which, are all Primuses called the Enlightened One?
No. Only Lord Fenrico has ever directly communicated with the Sentinel. Previous Primuses were merely indirect representatives, not the Enlightened One. Silence and composure are gifts from the great Imperator. I'll keep today's events between us.
Mesti dia rasa burden orang dalam hati dia. It's okay, Phoebe. Jack ada, tiba.
Then I believe this is where we part ways.
The Codex reminds us, it is not the lighthouse that guides us through the storm to safety, but our own eyes fixed on the shore. I'd like to offer these words to you. May your eyes always shine bright with clarity.
Habis dah. Kan? Oh, ada lagi. Mana? Ride the gondola. Let's go. No, ada. Oh, kena lawan. Saya ingat ni murni-murni. Tak kena lawan. Cepat.
The same echo boat we were on earlier. Was it also attracted by Lorelai's scene?
Oh, Enzo.
It's called Noah.
Noah. Well, I can't understand what it's saying, but it's perfect timing. We can have it take us to Averardo Vault.
I'm a good steerer. Bunyi apa tu? What kind of noise? The relic is a sword. Oh, I can lompat. No. Reverse. Let. Yeah. I'm a good boat driver. Yeah. In honor of light who once safeguard this relic. Kita pergi mana sini?
Is there no way up?
Oh, let's go. Ui. Kita terbang.
Whoa, really? You can take us upstream?
Tinggi sekali.
Another waterfall. You sure about this, Noah?
Whee! A confident cry. Oh dah. Okay. Sorry Noah, sabar jap Noah. Saya nampak betul-betul je Noah. Sorry Noah. Tak muat Noah. Apa lagi reverse. Reverse. Sana ni. Pusing. Okay. Depan Noah. Okay. Betul. I'm a good driver, okay?
Averardo Vault is just up ahead. It seems this is where we part ways, Noah.
Are we gonna meet the pink lady? I forgot the name.
I'm sure it can find its way back to the harbor. Don't worry. Now, we just need to follow this path to reach the vault. Let's
go. I thought ingat kan nak siap dah ni. Cerita ni tak habis lagi orang. Sekejap. TV ni. Skip. Let's go. Alvarado Vault. Vaults. Wicked.
What? You're saying someone attacked our base?
Woman, doors, very strong.
Daddy?
Great. How do I talk to overclock-fried morons like you?
Oh, orang tu.
Well, are you the only one who made it out?
Lord Overseer. Powerful. I leave.
Wait. Who are you?
I am your doom.
Aunt Helly's called in some muscle.
No, this is...
Enough! Take him out!
What is happening? Oh, darn it. What are they doing here? Ooh, Papa. Ding. Oh yeah, I remember this event. Han. Dana, lari. Don't attack me. Go. 120 je. Saya level berapa je?
Watch out.
Lari. Kenapa ada 120 Discord kat situ? Ayah. Apa dah?
Welcome to Averardo Vault. Do you have an appointment?
My name is Zani. I'm an employee of the bank. Here's my ID.
This invitation. My apologies.
We're not here on business. We've come to brief the family on the Echo incident from the recent Carnival rehearsal.
I'll arrange that immediately. Please proceed to the main entrance. A staff member will greet you there.
Ding. Let's go. Bukan boleh lari. Kenapa tak lari? Mana tempat auction? Ada auction. Oh, apa ni? What's this? Are we fighting
These
again?
echoes. Are they guarding the vault?
Oh.
Yes, but I've never seen them in action before. The Averardo Bank employee manual says they can easily take out a whole squad of resonators. Of course, this doesn't
Tiba-tiba dia gerak.
like
Takut.
Over. Still, their combat skills are formidable. Their mere presence is enough to make everyone feel safe. This facility houses nearly half of Rinasita's wealth. It serves all of Raguna's citizens, even including the Thessalias. Despite our feud, no one in Raguna can refuse the vault.
Dah terkejut sih. Ayah. Drag, pam. Ui, tengok aku dah agak dah ada gerak dah kurang. Tajuk.
I thought they only responded to hostility.
Dah kata dah ada geraknya. Ya. Saya ni orang baik tau.
Steady now. Don't move. It's on high alert, but won't attack unless provoked.
Nombong ni.
At least that's what the employee manual says.
Takut.
Stand down.
Ya, ada pink lady. I knew it.
I apologize for the small mishap on behalf of the Montelli family. And what a pleasant surprise to see you again so soon.
And you.
Yet your expression betrays no surprise. Rover, allow me to properly introduce myself.
Charlotta.
My name is Carlotta. Carlotta Montelli.
Montelli? You are
the second daughter of the Montelli family. Yes.
Who's the first
Feel free
daughter?
to call me Carlotta.
Siapa first daughter?
Also, I trust the remuneration meets your satisfaction, Ms. Zani.
It was you who tasked me with receiving Rover.
Surely a distinguished guest such as Rover deserves the attention of our most trusted employee. I'm aware of your purpose here. On behalf of my family, allow me to extend our deepest gratitude for your endeavors.
Kenapa tu? Dang. Artu dia tu scream.
Your eyes show curiosity about me and my role in this drama. However, this isn't the place for such a discussion. Please, follow me.
Mana ikut ke? Malam, insyaAllah malam ni. Son of Forest. Malam ni pukul 9. Out.
My apologies, Rover.
Oh, you sebat me for.
Holding my true identity before.
Oh, you sebat me for.
Rinasita's affairs have grown
I mean, isn't ma?
intricate.
Oh, at break.
The Phasalia family, the Order of the Deep. You've likely noticed that many desire the
Janganlah
carnival
pukul
to
si.
fade.
Pasal si.
We Montellis, having tied our future to its success, became their target.
Whee!
Let's not dwell on that for now. Here we are. Welcome to Averado Vault, the Montellis' heart and glory.
Tak cuy Bima. What do you mean? Demi Zin nak buka mic waktu pukul. Nak pukul Z apa pasal Z. Tapi dia tak touch lagi Z stream ke tak. Tapi Z main lah. Z join. Find all the supply chest. Oh wait, ada supply chest ke? Patah balik. Patah balik. Wee.
Does anything here catch your interest?
Patah balik. Sensor. I need to tukar sensor. Dia ingat lagi event ni best gila. Mana?
Coordinates confirmed.
Atas ada kot. Patah balik.
Faster.
Meow. Hilang dah benda tu. Oh, sini kot. I guess it's around here. I'm not seeing anything. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding. Hai hijau. Oh no, it's a golden water. Not seeing any supply chest. Nor any sensing it. I don't sense anything. Sensing. Oh, back door. Jalan belakang. Kita pusing kat sini. Thanks, so. Aku kata Rishim. Wait, let me show that to you. Hi, Bo. Hello. Skr. Nani? Skrillex? Are you EXO? I kata Rishim. Yep. I got a lot of trophy.
Skyfalchion_my said. Exo fine.
Alright,
Ha,
okay.
nak
Fine,
chest tu
this
ke?
one. Here
Payah
it
sikit
is.
dia oh tinggi ke? Ingat kan kat bawah-bawah. Kita terbang ni.
Conversion software version
Hai
somewhere
EXO, korang tak pergi pergi bazar ke korang? Dah pukul apa ni? Pukul 4 tengah dah ni. Lama juga je stream ni. Dia ingat nak share pukul 3 je masalah ni. Apa ni? Candidate trial invitation. Receiving list letter. When you have been selected to become a the trial have begun. Those who succeed will become banyak oi. Cat books. Share dah daily. Data bank. Tiga level lagi. Data bank je. Okay, kalau tinggi macam awan-awan tu, tak apalah. Kita sambung cerita. Bila nak habis cerita ni? Masalah dia. Tak habis. 4 jam ni. Tak apalah. Nak rehat sebenarnya ni. Lebih Mac nama Z macam orang buat lagu dubstep. Ada jumpa chance. Mana ada? Boleh tukar nama lah. Let's go. Change my name. Change. Lama lagi ke chapter 2 ni? Act 2. Into the box. Atau apa after like lawan dengan Lorelei tu dah habis dah. Masa chapter 2. No, tak ada. Jangan tukar. Tak adalah. I love my name. What? I love my name, guys. My name is unique. Tak ada unique sangat. If you know, if you like search in YouTube Zilex, you will find a lot of account named Zilex. I don't feel special with my name. Banyak gila nama Zilex. Domain. Let's go. Maybe this is the end of the chapter. Nama Z dah gempak comel. Thank you Exo. Nama hang pun gempak agak. Exo. Gempak dengan handsome ha. Pada polis. Ada orang nama polis.
Could you do me a favor, Miss Zani? Please secure the evidence in the property room and fetch me the jewelry and perfume.
Jewelry and perfume? You mean...
Yes. You know where to find our dressing room, I presume? Inform the stylist it's my request. She'll prepare everything. Meet us at the vault's side entrance.
Apa ni? Naca nama BMAC. Nama BMAC buat je lapar. Apa pula game ni? Something is happening. Kita pergi vault nak cerita. Kita pergi vault ni, vault tempat ni, nak pergi jumpa dengan orang-orang Montelis lain nak cerita pasal what happened dekat insiden awal-awal tadi. But I don't know I don't know apa maksud dia dressing room stylist, tapi kita tengok lah apa yang terjadi.
I'll go right away.
But Zanis macam tahu je apa dia nak buat.
On to the real.
I think this is the last plot for this chapter.
Surely you've sensed it. A darker force lurks behind both the Order and the Phasaelius.
Yes, kind of obvious.
The Fraxidus.
Correct. We Montelis have had some unpleasant encounters with them. Their motives remain shrouded, yet the Order and the Phasaelius clearly benefit from them.
Macam Rover apa yang dia mahu? Rover, dia datang ke Rinasita sebab nak jumpa Sentinel. Sentinel ni macam God lah, macam tu. The highest powerful being untuk setiap land, macam tu. So dia nak jumpa Sentinel tu. Rasa untuk dia nak cari solution untuk Abby. You know Abby? Abby kalau perasan dia asyik tidur kan. Something has happened to Abby. So diorang nak try. Abby punya frekuensi macam tengah makin lemah. So diorang nak try to fix Abby. So siapa ah? Siapa yang suruh dia pergi cari sentinel yang ni lah dekat Rinasita? Cintu lah. Itu kalau dia salah, sorry.
The Montelli family's interest aligns with yours.
Nak main lah.
An uninterrupted carnival
Kata
for
game.
you, an unfettered Raguna for us. The invitation we sent was meant to be a token of goodwill. I'd appreciate it if you could return the favor.
Actually kalau Zee tak stream, Zee buat story laju je. Tapi sebab Zee stream, dia macam slow je. Handshake.
So we are in the same boat again.
Yeah.
I must first deliver the evidence you and Mizzani collected to my uncle, Mr. Capello.
So it all involve all these beautiful lads? Yeah, she is the second daughter of the Montellis. Yang rasa yang ada buat benda jahat, ada dua benda. Order and satu lagi family. So Montellis dorang tak suka sangat dua orang tu. What? Sebab dia sleep. What do you mean and sleep?
He oversees carnival affairs and liaises with the Facadius. I'm sure he'll find the Fraxidus information most intriguing. I'm afraid I must take my leave. Please, feel free to explore the vault at your leisure.
Ding ding. Ada polis tadi. Ada polis korang. There's a police there. Meet with Charlotte at the front desk.
I'm sorry, Lady Carlotta. I've just confirmed with the office that Mr. Capello is not in the vault.
I see. That's quite all right. Please inform me the moment he returns.
Understood.
Oh, Rover. I'm afraid we've hit a slight snag. I just learned that Uncle Capello was called away on pressing matters, so we won't be able to see him at the moment.
Uncle you.
This does alter our plans, but worry not. I already have some other surprises up my sleeve.
Ush.
Please, come with me.
Itu bukan the anime stand. I mean, leaning forward.
Rover, remember Gilberto?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Thanks to you and Mizzani, he could not escape and is now in our custody. The family gave him a rather spirited welcome. As it happens, his bravado crumbled quite quickly. Once he saw the Nimbus Sanctum restored, he sang...
Dia nak borak-borak je.
Your quick action has secured us vital intelligence. To put it simply,
Dia nak borak-borak pasal Gilberto ni.
in our family.
Oh.
Which is not entirely surprising. Our family has always had its cracks.
Bukan tu
Christopher...
Christo.
Human weaknesses are all too easy.
Tadi kat belakang ni.
I'd actually begun to look
I saw
into this
Christo.
matter before your arrival at the vault.
Ini kat mana ada?
And now it's confirmed that the traitors are in the vault's tuning room, doing what they believe to be secretive.
Oh, ni.
with the help of the Fraxidus.
Alamak, kau tak nampak kepala si.
Now they
ni.
probably won't even notice us with their attention fixed on the property room. I guess that they're desperately destroying any evidence against the Fasadia family and the Order. Thank you. Right.
What are you doing
As for
here?
the next move,
Apa sunyi? Welcome to the stream.
there's an alternate passage into the vault leading straight to where they are. We can surprise them when they least expect it, but I can't manage this alone.
Oh, kita nak ambush or traitor tu. My pleasure.
Glad I have you with me, Rover. Please, take a moment to prepare, and I'll see you at the entrance.
Sabar, I saw someone that I know. Hey, Christo. Crystal salah jalan. What are you doing here, Crystal? What are you looking at the picture for? Tak, saya dah kepak ni.
Friend, we meet again. Indeed, fate has its way of. I'm here for a bit of inspiration. Why not? Given that the Carnival performances always revolve around order law.
He's not gonna be playable.
A touch of secular themes might be refreshing. Maybe a tale of a shrewd moneylender, undone true. But that's why some inspiration could be used. Well, I suppose I can't hide it from you. Oh, speaking of scripts, did you have the chance to read mine?
Aku tak baca lagi.
Please, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
No. The Martyrdom of Maiden is quite moving. Tak baca. Hey, Atma. No, we don't do kiss here. Puasa.
It's the climax of the play. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Anyway, I appreciate your thoughts. Let's hope I outdo myself with the next. Until the Carnival, traveler from afar.
Bye-bye. Let's go. Siapa tu? Oh, Zani.
Everything has been taken care of, Lady Carlotta. Here is the jewelry and perfume you requested.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Zani. But I have one more task for you. One of utmost importance. I need you to guard the property room and stop anyone who attempts to break in. Whatever it takes. By force, if necessary.
Is someone targeting the evidence?
Relax. It's only a precaution.
Leave it to me. I'll make sure no one touches the evidence.
Rover, we've implemented a 2-tier security system. Once inside, please hold your position until I signal. I'll clear the path for you from above. Then you may need to use the terminal to unlock the path on my side. Sadly, yes. Our family built this vault with the foresight of possible betrayal. Most family members only know how to pass one of the 2 layers. And alliances forged amid all these locks tend to breed treachery and to enter the vault without being trapped to death. 2 people must have absolute trust in each other.
Not really, but we have the same goal. I trust you.
Do you trust me?
We are already in the same boat after all. I trust you.
I appreciate your trust. It will not be abused. Now, let's go.
Let's go, Rover. Oh. Wee. Boleh tembak.
Can you hear me, Rover?
Loud and clear.
Just a moment. I need to access the upper control room to unlock the door on your end. Cameras here. Good thing I came prepared. Recall the jewelry I asked for? In family parlance, it's this handy little tool that generates crystals to cover these cameras and blind them.
Oh. Press T. Tak boleh target 2 kamera. Wait, ada chest. Ada chest.
Anything catch your eye?
Sini? Bukan. Oh, sana.
Done, but won't last long.
Oh.
I have to keep moving.
Hampir.
Vitrium dancers on patrol here.
Oof.
Luckily, they can be trapped with the crystals as well.
Oof. They are very fast. Tak kena. Sorry. Ching. Ting, ting, ting.
It worked.
Right. Tadi chest kan?
How did these artifacts get here?
Oh, sini. Oh.
Strange.
Sorry, gomenasai. I kenapa kau? Mana dia tahu spotlight tu? I did not know. Oh, ya boleh. Activate the mechanism.
I'm seeing some scatter prisms here. Ornament. That's what they were designed to be. But they can also amplify my resonance power.
Saya nak ambil. Oh, macam gitu. Tak cas kan? I don't think so. Ding, ding, ding.
Even the surveillance cameras have increased. So still.
Oh, kena ke sana. There. Nice.
If jewelry set means
Oh,
gadget,
terkejut.
what about perfume?
Just another weapon. For my family, many things must be kept discreet. And it's not always verbal. Sometimes a glance or a gesture can speak volumes, which, of course, demands a deep mutual understanding.
Lalu.
Start small to build big.
Oh, sana. Wrong. Can I? I can jump. Never mind. Bye-bye.
Found some prisms here.
Oh, keterjak aku.
I'll use them to pass through.
Oh. Cepat. Minit tu. Hari. Wee. Bye-bye. Resurrection point. Let's go.
Can you keep up?
It's the crystal lagi.
Can you keep up?
Ada apa belah sana? Kita tengok dulu Oh, ada chest. Let's go.
Can you keep up? Anything catch your eye?
Okay. Kita boleh duduk sini. Nampak tak? Bye-bye. Ni ada apa-apa? Tak ada apa-apa Hello? Hello?
I'm in the control room. Just a moment. Switching view to your side now.
Done. The door before you should be open. Beyond the door, you should find the other control room. Beware of the patrolling echoes.
Oh, ramainya. Banyaknya. Tangan. Macam rupa tangan je. Ya, tu. Boleh soal.
Complete overhaul. Faster.
Oh, sah. Saya kena grab tadi.
All shall reveal itself.
Orang hidup.
Reconfiguration. Complete overhaul.
Rover, there should be a monitor you can operate. Let me know once you find it.
Yes, I found it.
I'm at the monitor.
Give me a moment. I'll upgrade your access so you have control of the vault system. Looks like some echoes are approaching. Stay alert.
Got echo. Oh, wamanya.
You're wide open. Tell truth, son. Ready for battle. Fear no more.
Fear no more. Enemy pushing. Mana enemy? Apa? Habis dah.
Can you see me?
Mana? Where are you?
Clear as day.
I need to cross the hall from above. People might spot me if I make too much noise.
Oh, it's a normal human
Could you
guard.
maneuver these chandeliers to form a pathway for me?
Orang bawah tak perasan ada chandelier tu moving. Everything is fine. Kencana. Alamak. Rotate the chandelier 90 degrees clockwise. Kan betul kan? I think so. Whee!
Perfect.
We make a great team. Jauh tu nak lompat. That's very far. Oh, I can sway. Jump. Oh. Belum perasan ke?
Splendid. I've made it across.
Okay.
It's my turn now. I'll see you in a moment.
It takes two to tango.
Start small to build big. Can you keep up?
Can you keep up?
Victory favors me. In the name of the Montellis. Still recognize me? Found your weak spot.
Dah chill.
The door should be open, Rover, and we'll soon meet.
Oh. Danger. Something is off. Oh. No. Jatuh
Rover?
terus.
Looks like the signal's been jammed. I think the sentinel didn't set off the central alarm. I should still be under the radar.
Can I control?
Phew. And it saved me some footwork.
Am I controlling or I not? I don't know if I'm controlling. Oh, sekat.
Seems to be the only option.
Hello? Sekejap. My screen is not moving by the way. My game crash. Crash terus. My game crash terus kan. Dia kata dah sudah. Dah pukul 5 dah. Ayo. Dah sore. GG start balik. Itulah. Macam lagi kawal. Kita tak macam tengah kawal ke ni. Tekan je lah WASD. Jadi kita buka balik. Sambil tu ads is incoming. Oh my god, sorry. Orang tengah immerse dalam story. Tapi lama juga story dia ni. Start balik. Sabar first ni. On the way anyway. Tiba tak gerak. Harap boleh masuk balik lah. Tak tahulah. Maybe dia start balik yang benda tu. Hand pukul 7 tak ada. Tak ada. Jangan. Tak nak. Memang selalu akan crash dekat situ. Ada report yang ni. Ada sim crash time ke? Yep. Ding. Korang jangan lupa hydrate. Tidak aku rojek. Mana game? Muncullah kamu. Nak muncul ke tak ni? Muncullah. Oi. Game. Sabar, janganlah gerak lagi. Okay. Dia tolongkan. Dia nak tekan pun ni sekarang. Okay, ni dia tekan lah.
Perhaps I can use grapple to pull it over.
The future of Rinasita rests with all of us.
Francesco?
And the Mortellis will make sure everyone has an equal share of it. Raguna will enter a new era united. United under the promise of our terminals.
Oh, laser. Tak apa. We are back, guys. We're back with the game. Just a moment ago, you lost contact with Chota when she fell underground. Yeah.
Carlotta? Hello?
Carlotta.
She must be in trouble. Gotta hurry up.
Ada ni.
Complete overhaul. Conditions up.
Adjust.
Faster.
You must save Carlotta. Carlotta, wait for me. Ada banyak chest.
Need to get rid of them fast.
Oh, that's not a chest. I thought that was a chest. That's a big monster chest. Awak tembak apa awak? Saya pun tak tahu lah awak. This is an option. Right. Tak just We must hurry, guys. Oh, what is that? Why you coming from underground, ma? Durnus Knight. Wah. Kajilah. keep moving. Just keep moving.
Watch out.
No, ulti dah ada lagi. No, ulti dah habis.
Ready for battle. Fear no more.
Fear no more. Pusing. Wih. Banyak agak mangsa. Oh, last. We meet. No, pedang kita. Nice catch.
Impeccable timing, Rover. You never disappoint. I notice surprise in your eyes. Let me guess. That's quite some skill for a lady of nobility. In fact, beyond being the second daughter of the Montelli family, I have an even more significant title.
What is that?
The family's executor. Be it a traitor within the family or a threat from outside, I locate, observe, and address these risks in secret and with tact. Say, the ones hiding in the tuning room. The room is that way. Time to see what kind of mischief.
Let's see who's the traitor. Pukul traitor tu. Oh, it's the echo.
Seems they've left a little surprise for us. But if they think this will stop you and me, then they're gravely mistaken. Quickly and swiftly, improvise. Still recognize me? Glory demands more.
Oh, dia suka gila skill dia.
In the name of the Montellis.
Name of the Montelli.
Surrender.
Variable elimination. All shall reveal itself. Exploit. Prime.
Can you keep up?
Can you keep up? No. Oh, ada apa kat sana? Ada apa tak kat sana? Sabar, kita tengok tempat kat sana. Kita nak buka. Tak apalah. Patah balik. Tak ada apa. Nothing there, guys. Yeah, I can keep up.
So, can you figure it out?
Let's try again. The frequency of the tacit discords. What a genius idea. But I can't reverse engineer the frequency it's using.
It seems like the key is not these flowers, but their creator. She must be an insanely powerful resonator to be able to shatter and reconstruct these frequencies.
Then we better speed up. Once their plan succeeds, there won't be another chance like this. Who sounded the alarm?
It's me. Most likely by mistake. I apologize for interrupting your work.
Lady Carlotta, how...
You.
What brings you here?
Oh, nothing. Just curious what you're working on. Locked away in this tuning room.
The flowers. No doubt they're from the Fraxidus.
Care to defend yourselves? While you still have the chance?
Lady Carlotta, we're just following orders.
Following orders, you say? Do you recall the very first oath we all took upon joining the family?
None shall harm the family's interests.
And
Any who defy
shall be brought to reckoning.
Whoosh.
You've appropriated family assets and turned these echoes into ticking time bombs. Once they detonate, the countless efforts and fortunes spent on the Carnival will all vanish instantly, taking the Montelli's name and future.
Lady Carlotta, please, we can explain.
What's going on here? Oh, Lady Carlotta.
Just in time. I found some family traitors. But hold on. I have a few more questions for them. I will only ask once. Who are you taking orders from?
I only know he's one of the top brass in the family. Always using encrypted channels and ordering us to pick up flowers from masked strangers.
How many of these echoes have you made?
A lot. The first shipment reached the
dah.
venue as early as a week ago. They look so identical to regular ones that even we can hardly tell them apart.
Good. Take them away and scrutinize all their recent transactions, including the source of every last credit. Then, handle them, as per the family rules.
Yes, Mom.
I appreciate your help, Rover.
Ah, jom bazar, jom. Jom bazar mah. Dah aku buat pukul 5 kan. Mak bazar teman. Beli apa je mutabak.
I knew those tuners wouldn't dare do this alone.
Be back. Thank you for the link.
Someone far more dangerous is pulling the strings. Using echoes to disrupt the Carnival. Having family weakness on a silver platter.
We found the traitor tadi. Tapi there's a mastermind traitor.
Their schemes won't prevail. I will
Someone
not sit
higher up in
idly
the
by and watch
Montelli
them ruin
family.
The long-awaited Carnival.
Carnival.
We're done here. Let the guards take care of the rest. So, Miss Zani mentioned you heard the Sentinel's oracle when you met the Vitrium dancer.
Yes. Not directly, but close enough.
The seasoned artisans in our family restored the Vitrium dancer you retrieved and... Come with me. This might answer your questions.
You think I'm from Pahang? Please tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, very. Salah. No, I'm not from Pahang. Nope. Oh, nak teka-teka sikit pada mana. Boleh, saya teka.
Anything catch your eye?
Kenapa? Wait. Do I sound like Pahang? Oh, I should go here? Did? Yeah, the door is open. Ding, 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 ding.
Can you keep up?
Can you keep up? Panah Roja. Ya, tak ada. Saya tak ada. I not from Pahang. I'm from ni. Negeri 9.
Here we are. The true splendors of Montelli's heritage.
Light up siap. No, Johor nak atas Negeri 9. I'm from Negeri. All of this
These
echo.
all echoes in the cases?
Yes. And no. They are echoes. But also the promise of Rinasita's future. And above all, freedom.
You wanna play more racing games? Oh my god, I'm sorry. You can guess where my mom from, I guess.
It boasts centuries of history. Don't you find it peculiar?
The land of
Rinasita,
echo.
the land of echoes, leads the world in echo technology. yet stands so insular and unadventurous. What do you suppose is behind all this?
The echoes themselves.
Sharp as always. Rinasita's common echoes are bound to Genesis Nexus, making seafaring with them almost impossible.
Thailand? No. That's a very shocking guess.
But their power is essential for dealing with tacit discords and other threats at sea. You could
But
say
not
the
far.
reliance on common echoes
Not
has
close.
shackled our ambitions to venture beyond our borders. To break these shackles, the Montelli family has invested in reserved terminals. It's not about short-term benefits, but the future for the whole of Raguna. The Order has monopolized the use of common echoes and kept a tight leash on reserved terminals, claiming that individual ownership would sully the sanctity of the echoes they so fervently preach about.
Pelisan Kedah. No. Nope. No. Apa ni? No, Atma just wanna guess where my mom come from.
But you see their real objective.
But I still haven't finished chapter 2. Oh my god.
Isolated so they can shape its entire narrative. And the
Chapter
Fasalia
2
family
so
has
long.
covertly aligned with the Order,
But it's a
aiming to
good
crush our
chapter.
efforts and therefore the prospect of reserved terminals. Such is the reality of the Land of Echoes. Whoever controls the Echoes controls Rinasita. My forebears began collecting these echoes long before the vault existed.
Ipo?
And the Montelli family
Nope.
was nothing more than a third-rate house ridiculed for its
I thought
adventurous
it's close, but yet so far.
They ventured out to sea for trades and got their hands on terminals of the most... You're probably wondering how this relates to the Vitrium Dancer. Well, the one that came to you at the Carnival rehearsal is among our family's earliest as both the first Vitrium Dancer and the prototype for the frequency tuning of all subsequent models.
It's the echo.
It was never meant to be deployed and should have been preserved here in a case forever. But somehow, it found its way to the Carnival.
Just to meet you.
Just to meet
Yeah.
you.
So
Talk about the
you're
Sentinel.
saying
This is no coincidence. I can only assume it was the design of Sentinel Imperator.
Yeah, the Sentinel trying to contact
Here are
us.
some files about the Vitrium Dancer. Perhaps they can offer you some insights.
Ding, ding. What Charlo Tarieping about Echo? So basically, the Echo that the first one that attack us, the Echo dancing tu, yang masa kita tengah makan tu ada attack tu kan, was sent by the Sentinel itself. Was designed and sent by the Sentinel. Yeah. Whoosh. Data file segment. Very few people, including those with the Montelli, know when the dancer first appeared. Even though this unobscure, unremarkable echo have long served the family, in fact, most of the Montellis do not know of the dancer as anything other than the domestic security detail. Thus, it remains easily overlooked that no two dancers are alike. Knowledge gleaned from the stained glass that were found in the ruin around Raguna suggests that the dancers were once tacit discord frequency. Their appearance in stained glass art along with general depictions of the other religion. To this day, Montelli explorer have yet to find two identical paintings of stained glass. The other artists took paint to the alter the composition of the paint that Malas nak baca. This suggests that the frequency of modern dancer each contain unique information, much like the tacit discord forebearer. And with that, the tower was barred to all subsequent Montelli, and as the family coherent dancer expanded, the legend of the origin faded into obscurity. So, diorang tak tahu dancer ni mak datang dari mana semua I think so.
I trust you've read the files. The original tacit discord for the Vitrium Dancer emerged from the frequencies of shattered stained glass in the tower ruins, a place forbidden by decree of the Order. before the Codex era. Those stained glass windows were used to depict the tales of the Sentinel. Out of all of the echoes, they chose the Vitrium Dancer to deliver their message. Because
it will lead me to the Order hidden truth.
my
I thought
thoughts
it's-
exactly.
Oh,
The
that's
Order's
why this
secrets
Order tak bagi
somehow
pergi
be
sana.
connected to the Sentinel's fate.
I think. How do you
The
know?
Montellis have long pursued the buried secrets of Rinasita. The Order's tampering with the Codex, and the mysterious erasure of the Age of Ignorance and the Age of Conflict from our history. If anything can break the chains around Rinasita and grant freedom to all. And the quest for this truth is also part of our endeavor to restore connection with the wider world. Well, that's all I have to offer. Did you want to visit the ruins? Though I'm not sure what there is to uncover.
Yes, we shall go.
In that case, I'll accompany you. The family will take care of everything else.
Because we need to meet the Sentinel. Tak habis lagi. Mana shit? Take the elevator and return to the main hall. Go. Yes. Let's go. I think go down.
Oh,
What
you're
is that
back.
mean?
I've done everything you asked, Lady Carlotta. All the thugs trying to storm the room were handled.
Yes. We set a bait the traitors could never refute.
Of course not. I saw a squad of security guards charging into the vault. Wait, no, never mind. Best I don't know. Whatever's going on in the vault must be family business. Anyway, it's all sorted now.
Yes. Now you can take a break. I've spoken with Mr. Alberto and he's agreed to grant you a very generous vacation.
Wah, finally Zan ni ada cuti. Vacation.
Oh, I don't really mind. My pay already came through. But vacation is always a bonus. Thank you. These adventures beat office life by a mile. What? Is that the central alarm of the vault?
Could be a backup plan from the traitors. Shall we see what delights they've cooked up for us?
Ooh, something happening.
Lady Carlotta, we have a situation. The Guardian Echoes deployed outside the main entrance have gone rogue for
Oh,
unknown reasons.
the white monster, the white echo.
We've initiated Security Protocol 4, evacuating civilians and non-combat staff. Our security teams nearby are trying to suppress the echoes, but
we are short-handed. Even the bank staff have been whisked away to the Carnival.
Yes, Mum. If possible, could you authorize access to the Vault's echo collection?
That won't be necessary. I'll address this personally.
But your safety?
Don't worry. I've got her back. I'm with the bank's security team, and I've handled my fair share of these emergencies.
Ya, rover Zan ni ada. Kan?
Thank you both. Now, let the show begin.
Bila nak habis? Bentar lah. Saya nak habis dah ni. Kot. Z accidentally masuk chapter 3 ke apa? Ceram gila. We came to your rescue. That kind of vibe. Besar agak ni.
And clean.
Copy that.
quickly and swiftly. Take this! Still recognize me?
Set a tree aside.
The fruit of evolution.
Leap over one.
You can't use the fancy grip. That's true. Ini. Oh, saya terbaku.
Variable elimination.
Tadi yang saya tekan je.
My compliment. Glory demands more.
Glory demands more. Oh, habis dah.
Yeah. Do you mind
Kalah dia.
handling the cleanup? I'm sorry, I just promised you a vacation. But looks like it will have to wait.
Oh, it's fine. Just a bit of extra work. I can't stand by and watch my colleagues getting hurt. Besides, you have bigger things to worry about. Just let me handle this.
That's up.
Yeah. That's the burden of being good at my job.
There's more to this attack than it seems.
The Order must have been behind it, right?
Yes. At this juncture, neither the Fraxidus nor the Physaelius have any reason to interfere. It's some hidden truth about the Order the Sentinel is leading us towards. The traitors must be watching us, knowing truth is on the verge of revelation. I have a feeling that whatever's coming next will not be easy. For Wingray, let's hitch a ride, shall we?
Tapi lagi ke? Udah, pukul 5.20. Kita apalah. We might stop here. I wanna finish chapter 2, but chapter 2 so long. Still haven't finished chapter 2. Quest reward. Never mind. I might continue later on. I will continue the story. It's already 5:20 by the way. I can't continue much. Alright guys. I'm ending the stream. Let me see. Is there anyone that I can read? Alah, apa bebek. It's already like 5 hours stream. I cannot go on. So I must end it now. Shall end it. Kita nak rate siapa? Sekejap Let's see. 6 playing Valor. Right. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much for coming to my stream. Thank you for the follow, Atma, Zizan, and thank you for the beats, Dang, Atma, Bimek. Thank you so much, and thank you for the lurk, and thank you for the chat. Thank you so much everyone who come to my stream. Let's go read. We are gonna read 6 by the way. 6, the number 6 down. Sekejap, macam mana nak read ni? Masuk. Sekejap. Setting story. Where's the read button? Can't see ma. Thank you for the streamsy. Thank you, Big Mick, Atma, and everyone who's looking. Thank you for staying until the end. Okay, I will continue the story another day. How do I spell 6? Double I. Sorry, 6 is a very good Valo player and very kapam by the way. Alright. I think it's still streaming. Let me see. Alright, thank you. Bye bye everyone. See you guys again. Don't forget to copy the read message. See you guys. I'm not sure about tonight. This stream ke tak, tapi insyaAllah tomorrow I try to stream. Alright, bye bye. Annyeonghaseyo. Bye bye. Sekejap, mana my ending. Bye.